You've been listening to the Yankees postgame show, brought to you by Verizon Business. Switch to My Biz Plan and take control of your mobile plan today. Also brought to you by Wendy's. The wait is finally over. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. For complete championship coverage from the station that lived every moment of the journey, stay with the fan.
Tony Gallo.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo on The Fan, the greatest radio station on the planet, in the greatest city in the world, home to your 2026 NBA champions, the home of the Larry O'Brien Trophy, the New York Knicks. We have a jam-packed show for you. 888-808-1019 is the number to call, as always. We'll get into everything. We'll talk about Thursday, relive that magical moment, and you can still feel the city buzzing. And we'll get into a ton of that World Cup fever. Maybe we'll talk a little bit Mets. But we have to start with the Yankees. And I can already feel, and I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it, but I'm also not going to sit here and overreact to a game. You know, on a Saturday, they get blown out. The loss counts the same as any other loss. The Yankees are in a very curious position right now where they are not in trouble. They are not in trouble in the American League. This is not a knock on them. It is not something to bash them. And I do think they are the best team in the American League, one of the 3 or 4 best teams in all of baseball. But right now they are in a situation where you do have guys hitting. Bellinger, Goldschmidt, and Rice. And Bellinger and Rice have hit basically all year. But you're sitting in a situation where you need guys to prove, while Judge is out, that they are going to step up when it matters most. And again, not overreacting to just this loss. And not saying that it's a major concern. But for this team to achieve the ultimate goal, they're going to need someone other than Bellinger, Rice, and Judge when healthy. And you have to bank on him being able to come back and really get into the mix of things rather quickly. And I'm not really worried about that, but you need somebody else to step up in this lineup. And, I feel like, at times, I thought Jazz might turn a corner. And he hasn't. The pop is still there, but there's just not enough. And Paul Goldschmidt, over the last 15 games, his last 12 games to be exact, 15 days, he's got a 999. He's got 1,000 OPS, essentially. A one-dotter, as Big Mac likes to call him. And I think it's okay to say that you are encouraged by that, but I need to see that continue because I don't know. Volpe has done well in a smaller sample size, but I don't know if this lineup is going to be top-heavy postseason time. And in order for them to win the ultimate goal, they're going to have to do this 1 through 9. And yes, if Austin Wells comes back and your catcher is the one weak spot in your lineup, you live with that. But right now, the bottom of that lineup is an automatic out. And it's been back and forth with guys. I have hope that somebody like Dominguez, continues to hit like he has. I know Spencer Jones has struggled at times and, striking out a lot, not really seeing the ball well. He does look the part. I'm not really concerned about him long-term, but we're talking about 2026. And I'm not worried about their pitching staff, and I think they will make smaller moves for that bullpen to really shore it up. they're not going to take a huge swing. But that also means they're not going to take a huge swing at the lineup. And I also don't know if that piece is out there. When you look at, speaking, specifically about the American League, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams out of the wild card picture, 3.5 back or less. In the National League, that grows even more. So who exactly is blowing it up and sending you a major piece to, ultimately help you achieve that goal? And when it comes to, I don't really want to see the Yankees blow it up and go get a starting pitcher. I've heard the Tyreek Skubal stuff. They're also, the Tigers, when you look at it, they're only 6 games back. So, yes, they may look to rebuild because they may see the writing on the wall, but you cannot guarantee that somebody is going to just blow it up and send you a star. You're going to have to get better on the margins. And I also don't want to see the Yankees blow it up to get a rental. I think this team is good enough to win, but they need guys on the roster who have played better in the past to do it now. Jazz needs to do it now. When Trent Grisham gets back, he needs to, step in and do something. Hopefully, Jason Dominguez can finally stay healthy because I do think he can hit on the big league level. His health is always the question. Paul Goldschmidt, even if it turns into more of a platoon role when Judge is back, you do want to see him carry this all the way into August and September, not just early July and late June. So I'm not worried about them regular season wise. I'm not telling you to panic, but this is just where this team has been. I think the starting pitching is as good as it's been in 10, 15 years. Since they last won a World Series, this starting pitching is as good as it's been. And I know you got a poor start today, but Elmer Rodriguez starting tomorrow, if you didn't see that news. And they're going to push everyone back a day, which is the benefit of having such a deep starting rotation. And Jake Bird getting optioned. You have so many starters on the roster, on the 40-man roster, that you can do something like that. That's why I don't want to see them go out and get a Skubal. I'd rather see them go out and make solid moves for the bullpen, maybe bring in a third baseman or a depth piece. We remember in 2009, they went out and got guys like Eric Hinsky. Eric Hinsky was not an everyday player. Eric Hinsky was a guy that they needed to add depth to this team. But they're going to need someone to show it now. Goldschmidt has been great in this, increased playing time since Judge has gotten hurt. And Ben Rice and Cody Bellinger have been reliable all year. I like Caballero. I think Volpe deserves a lot of credit. He's played better. Obviously, when you're looking at the sample size of guys like Goldschmidt, Rice, and Bellinger, that's 50 at-bats. For the other ones, it's more 30, 32 at-bats. But it's still something. But they're going to have to continue to do that. Otherwise, you cannot have displays like they've had multiple times since Judge got hurt in the postseason, because Judge is going to come back, and even with him, everyone is going to need to step up to win a World Series. And I see the concerns about the bullpen. I'm not that concerned about the bullpen. I think they could get by making minor moves to affect the middle relief, to affect those 6th and 7th inning. I don't know if they're going to be able to, you see the stuff about Chapman and him wanting an apology. Is that worth the headache? Do you want to have to negotiate, with that kind of player who doesn't, seem like he really wants to come back? And you're going to have to give up a pretty piece for that. Offensively, I think if you're looking at the market as a whole, I think it's more reasonable to think you could get a guy who can play in a platoon situation at third base, can fill in at the, whatever the position is. I think it's more like logical to think you could get a guy that's going to be an impact player in that aspect, where you're not going to have to, think you're getting a star, but they are going to still need people to step up offensively. And this is not to feed into the negative Yankee fan. And we're going to get calls about Boone. We're going to get calls about Cashman. I'm not sitting here telling you to be alarmed, but I do think it's something to watch, because Judge is still a long ways away. Judge is still probably not going to be back. I saw the report. Let me see what they last had it as. On June 12th, this is from June 12th, so obviously over a week ago, it's rest and recovery, and this was, again, still going to be evaluated again in 4 to 6 weeks, so somewhere those first 2 weeks of July. Then they're going to make the decision on him. If it's the first week of July, awesome. He's probably going to need a few weeks, simulated games, then a rehab stint, and then he'll be back. So the earliest I think we're realistically getting Judge is early August. I would expect more late August for Judge. In that time frame, they're going to need guys to step up. They are going to finish with one, after the Jose Ramirez injury to Cleveland, the Rays and the Yankees, one of those teams is going to be the 1 seed in the American League. I think it'll be the Yankees, even with the injuries. You'll get Grisham back. I think they're going to get back Austin Wells very soon. Boone said today that he expects his return tomorrow or the day after. So if he's coming back, you're going to get other pieces back. And I think Wells is more a defensive piece. It's not somebody who's going to change the offense. So they need somebody to step up in this window of no Aaron Judge. Again, to the negative Yankee fan, this is not to alarm you. This is not to trigger you. It's just the reality. Because you're going to get to a point where they may breeze through the American League. Even if they don't hit at a high level, they may breeze through the American League. And that's not me being arrogant, even not as a Yankee fan. That's not me being arrogant for the Yankees. I think that's just the state of the American League right now. So they have time. But you do not want to get into the pennant race and you're fighting with Tampa, or you win that number 1 seed, and then you're looking at, you're in the second round, playing in that divisional series. You get through and you're not too confident in the offense. And then when you do get to the World Series, you're facing one of these big dogs, whether it's the Dodgers, the Braves. I'm assuming it's going to be one of those two. I just feel like there's a huge gap between them and the rest of the rest of the National League, and those two teams can hit. The Yankees could pitch with anyone. The Yankees have the best starting rotation in all of baseball, in my opinion. Not just their 5 guys, but what they can do if a guy needs a day, if a guy gets hurt. They are deep at starting pitcher. And as a whole pitching staff, I think they have one of the 3 best pitching staffs in all of baseball. Offensively, even with Judge, they are a very good offense. And I am not overly concerned about it, but somebody is going to have to step up. Goldschmidt will have to, sustain this. Volpe and Caballero will have to sustain this, but guys like Volpe and Caballero are not going to drive an offense for a week or two. Jazz is going to have to play better. Cashman is going to have to make a move. And it's not going to be a move that you guys get excited about, but he's going to have to make a move. They cannot get to October and battle it out 1-0, 2-1 every single night. They're going to have games like that. They have the pitching to sustain that. Do they have the offense? 888-808-1019. I got you all the way till 10 o'clock till the great Gordon Damer. We'll get into this. We'll relive a beautiful day, not just for the Knicks, but for all of New York City on Thursday. We'll jump into the Mets. They first pitch is about 7:10 tonight against the Phillies. We'll talk a little World Cup, too. We got a lot to get to right here on The Fan. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I trust Leon Rose. I trust this group right now. They put together a team that went on this great run. You can't do all that, and then the day after the championship go, well, screw that. What the hell? No second apron? What are we going to do? I trust them. Leon Rose has earned our trust over the last 4 or 5 years to build this team, and I trust that he will put this Knicks team back in a position to go do it again next year.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Whether you root for the Mets, Yanks, or another squad, there's one destination every baseball fan needs to hit. The MLB flagship store in the heart of Midtown, featuring gear from your favorite team. Whether you're customizing a jersey or finding the perfect fit at our unrivaled wall of caps, they're your ultimate baseball headquarters. Score the latest limited edition drops, browse our bobblehead collection, and shop the massive vault of Topps trading cards. The spirit of the game vibes all year long at the MLB flagship store at 6th Avenue and 51st Street. MLB trademarks used with permission.
Want to stream the soccer matches while working from home? Your secret is safe with us. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us. Then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount, enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 3rd for a very special night. Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring your family and friends as the Yankees take on the Twins, and stay after the game for a spectacular post-game fireworks show celebrating the 250th birthday of America. Get your tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss the Yankees and Twins Fireworks Night, Friday, July 3rd, presented by Baby Ruth. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win, pick an area of the strike zone, and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
And now at Staples, save 25% on all custom banners.
Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Some banners available same day when ordered by 12 p.m. Ins 8-1 exclusions apply.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The Larry O'Brien Trophy is back in New York. The Knicks are champions. For everything orange and blue, keep it right here on the
promos, whatever it is. I think I've ingested about 70,000, and I don't even think I'm overestimating just Knicks content, whether it's people's videos or just over the last few weeks. And then since they clinched, it's just every day on the toilet, on the train. I'm just out here swiping away. And it's all positives. Orange and blue skies. The city's still buzzing. And it's not just because the World Cup's in town. But back to the Yankees, the matter at hand. And before we get to that, a little business. Who's Hot in Baseball is sponsored by Petro Home Services. Minnesota's Byron Buxton is hot. He's batting .429, has 5 home runs, and drove in 8 runs over the last week. Don't let your AC strike out this summer. Petro's tune-up and repair team has you covered. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com. That's petro.com. They also spelled Buxton, B-U-Z-T-O-N. But, I'm a pro, and I read at a 4th grade level, but right there, bang, nailed it.
Throwing everybody under the bus here, huh?
Wow, I get thrown under the bus all the time. Nobody's getting thrown
always
under
comes
the bus.
back to you. It's always comes back to you.
Look who's talking over here. Whale Tail, locked in. Thanks to Paul Rosenberg.
Whale Fall, not Whale Tail.
888-808-1019. Is the Yankees offense concerning to you? Is there something else that concerns you more? And I'm not sitting here sounding the alarm. The Yankees are going to be fine. But it's not about being fine. It's about winning a World Series. And yes, they can compete with the team they have right now, but you should not leave any stones unturned. Unturned, whatever. Is that the saying? It's going to be another, idiots and idioms. And they have to try and improve this offense. Again, think back to 2009. I know that was a little bit deeper of a lineup, but they did not go out there and swing for the fences. They went out and got guys like Eric Hinsky. I'm going to bring up that deadline right now, actually, before we go to your calls. They went out, they acquired, was it Jerry Harrison? Here we go. Trade deadline report card. I know they brought in Eric Hinsky. He's always the one that my brain first goes to. They gave him a C here. So they went out, got Harrison, as I guess Brett Gardner had gotten hurt at that point. But the point is, they're not going to go and swing for the fences and bring in, they're not going out and getting Mike Trout. They're not going out and bringing in whatever, major piece that you want, but they could still do the job they need to do. They could still handle business and get themselves in the best position to win a World Series. I truly believe that the team has the majority of what it needs, but you cannot go into the postseason and just hope that Judge, Rice, and Bellinger are going to carry the offense. They're going to need other people. I think it's a great sign with Paul Goldschmidt's been their best hitter over the last 15 days. He might be their best hitter since Judge has gotten hurt. I don't know what the exact time frame is for that. And then when you think about Volpe's played really well, and Yankee fans are never going to give him credit, but he's played well. Caballero came back from his injury. He's been fine. A little shaky at first, but he's been fine. They have done the things necessary in this short period, but they're going to have to continue to make those moves. Yeah, here it is. Jerry Harrison, Eric Hinsky was a guy they got. They traded for him in June. All right, so that's where I think I conflated it. And they brought in a Jerry Harrison. And those are not swing for the fences moves. They obviously added, I think they still had the waiver deadline back then as well, where it was like August, you could still go out and get a guy that wasn't on a 40-man roster or whatever it was. And then again, we'll get to your calls in a second. If you haven't saw, they are optioning Jake Bird, bringing up Elmer Rodriguez, and they're going to push back everybody. It's going to give Garrett Cole an extra day of rest. It's going to give everyone essentially an extra day of rest. And to play further into my point that I am not really worried about the rotation, regardless of what happened with Will Warren today. They are 12-13, that's including today, with Will Warren starts. So he has not been a major issue. The Yankees' rotation has not been anything to be concerned with. And it's healthy now. Cam Schlittler put together an incredible performance on Friday night. They are 9-2 over their last 11 games. Or I guess it's now 9-3 over the last 12 games. That was going into today. This team is going to be fine. My concerns are not, this is the end of the world. They also optioned J.C. Escara to AAA to bring up Austin Wells. That was the other move I forgot as well. But this is not to have Yankee fans losing their mind. You're still a World Series contender, but you cannot settle, and this is for Cashman, he can't settle at the deadline. They have to make moves, even if it's just to improve the margins. 888-808-1019. I see your calls. We got to get these spots in. We will come back. We will lock into the calls. We'll talk Yankees, relive Thursday, all that right here on The Fan.
To win a title for New York is the stuff of legends.
I think we see Willis coming out. There he comes right now. 6'10" from Grambling. The captain of the Knicks, the most valuable player of the NBA.
Legacies are cemented in history.
We have a new NBA champion.
It takes talent.
Frazier has it. To Busher. To Frazier.
It takes toughness.
And the New York Knicks have won this basketball game, and they have won the NBA championship.
It takes resilience.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good. The triple's gone. It's gone. It's gone. O.G. Anunoby.
It takes heart.
Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
WFAN congratulates your 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman wants parents and families to know the warning signs of opioid addiction. Sometimes addiction doesn't announce itself. It can look like exhaustion, failing grades, sudden mood changes, missing pills from the medicine cabinet. These may be signs someone you love needs help. Don't ignore what you're seeing. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or a loved one need help, call 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Continue the Jersey Shore's greatest Father's Day tradition and bring Dad to Monmouth Park Racetrack on Sunday, June 21st. All men get free admission. Enter Dad to win Lynyrd Skynyrd concert tickets. Also mark your calendar for two of summer's biggest events. Naira Betts Haskell Day, the summer's biggest party, on July 18th. Then join me, Al Dukes, at Monmouth Park on Saturday, August 15th for day one of the Surf and Turf Seafood Festival. Go to monmouthpark.com.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Before you push harder, understand better.
At HSS, performance assessments go beyond standard fitness testing. VO2 max, body composition, movement analysis, and more, interpreted through a clinical lens to give you a clear, personalized roadmap for performance today and longevity over time. This is where medicine meets movement, guided by expertise from the #1 in orthopedics. Book your assessment at HSS Hudson Yards. Visit hss.edu/movement to learn more.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started today. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, has all the betting markets you could possibly want, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, please call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, New York! I'm sorry it took so long, but here we are, and hopefully it won't take that long again.
New York has its title. The 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks. For complete championship coverage, insight, reaction, and everything orange and blue, stay with the Fan. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
But, thank you, Paul. You've done damage now. You ruined my day. 888-808-1019. He just got me locked in on Whale Fall, whatever that movie is. Kid gets swallowed by a sperm whale. I'm locked in. Talking Yankees, let's get to your calls. 888-808-1019. For those of you that care, Germany comes back, beats the Ivory Coast in a barn burner. 2 late goals, and Ivory Coast is going to be kicking themselves after that one. Germany just, set themselves up to lose to America. It's our sport now. 888-808-1019. I'm sure that'll go over great. Mike in Clark. What's up, Mike? You kick it off, bud. What's going on?
Hey, Anthony. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
2 words. Ryan Jeffers. That's who the Yankees need to target. They're desperate for a right-handed hitting.
And he's having a good year,
I know
too.
He's injured. I know he's injured. He's got the hamate. He should be back mid-July. I think he was hitting 295, 7 home runs, 30 RBIs when he got hurt. He's a free agent. I know he's a rental, but that's
he's not
the guy. I know they got the kids that can come up for the bullpen. I know Fried comes back. Maybe they move a Weathers or a Warren back to the bullpen. And I trust Cashman will do something. We'll get the bullpen right. I do trust Cashman on the bullpen. But Ryan Jeffers is the guy.
I'll tell you this much. Even if you could go a bunch of different ways with it. That's the level of player they need to be chasing, though. And I haven't really thought about him much because of the injury. But I guess if they did go after him and they wanted to bring him in, it's a low risk, high reward type of guy because they're not going to have to give up a lot. But that's the level of player they're going to have to chase. They're not going after all-star. They're not going to go chase somebody who, is a multi-time all-star, Mike Trout level player. He's just the first guy I could think of because he's on such a bad team.
And I saw somewhere that somebody mentioned Christian Vasquez. I'm not saying I wouldn't want him on the team, but he's an ex-Red Sox. He's an ex-Astro, or he's on the Astros. That's the guy. That would be the next guy. So I think Ryan Jeffers. I think that's the big one.
And he's having a good year. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, and thanks for the call, Mike. It's not. The teams that right now, if you're looking at, obviously we're still a month away and some change from the deadline. The Angels, completely out of it. But even when you look at, I get it, there's a ton of teams ahead of them. But if you're the Red Sox, the Royals, the Tigers, they're not going to blow it up. Right now, they are going to ride this thing out to the deadline, and they all sit. Red Sox and the Royals are 6.5 back. The Tigers are 6 back. Why would they blow it up right now if a week of good baseball and they could be 2 games back, depending on how things fall? That's the thing with the wild card since the change. When you look at the National League, I would say the Rockies and the Giants, the Mets are 5.5 back. As much as we clown them and how, a lot of us, I'm a Mets fan. I watch every night hoping they can chip away at that lead. I think the season's over, but, I watch with, I'm basically, smoking hopium at this point. And that team, there was an H in that word too, for those of you that didn't hear it. That team is not blowing it up. The Giants are 8.5 back. The Rockies are 11 back. There's really right now only 3 teams that would even think about making trades in the moment. Then you have to think about when you get to the deadline, you're going to need teams to really bottom out or fall out of it. You're going to need the Red Sox or the Royals to get to 8-9 games back. You're going to need the Mets. The Mets could be an option. You're going to need the Mets to fall to, 8 or 9 games back before we actually see them. And who do you want from the Mets anyway? But I'm just trying to paint a picture. There's not a lot of people available. The Giants have some interesting pieces because they do have some guys on that team that you could, like a Devers. You could buy low on a Devers right now. I don't know. Actually, I don't even know. He might be having a good season. I'm not going to act like, he's at 240. It's not like he is the Rafael Devers of old, his 750 OPS. You could buy low on him, but then Cashman has to decide if he wants to have that contract on the books. And here's another thing to think about, and Yankee fans aren't going to like to hear this, but there's a potential work stoppage. There's a potential salary cap coming. If you're going to go and trade for Rafael Devers, you are now going to have to, you're hurting yourself maybe next year. And I do think there are going to be a lot of teams that are weary of bringing in. I think the rentals may have more value right now than the Devers and the Mike Trouts of the world because of what their contracts mean. That's what you're going to have to think about. I actually don't even know what is Mike Trout's contract. I'm sure he still has a few years left on that one. So it runs through a few years. They run through 2030. So are teams going to be willing to go after guys that have contracts that are, $30, $40 million leading into, Devers' contract runs till 2033. And he's making, how much is he making per year? He's making $28.5 million after this year until 2033. are teams with a potential salary cap, and I don't know how they're going to grandfather teams in. The Mets might have to, trot out, Connor Green and Paul Rosenberg next year to fill a roster underneath the salary cap. How are they going to operate? And I think of Jeffers, like we just heard. That's a guy who might be an option. The catching is a position they could upgrade. I just view the position as, there's very few catchers that offensively impact teams over 162 games. Jeffers has been good. It was a small sample size. He was off to a hot start. He got hurt in May. When you think about, Cal Raleigh, who has struggled this year, and he may even be hurt if I remember correctly, but that is a position that I don't look to for offense. The goal is to get better everywhere else, and if your 8 and 9 hitters are purely great defenders, then you can live with that if your 7 other hitters are hitting and they're clicking. And that's where the Yankees have to get to. I really think if you want to win the World Series, you don't have to have, super productive players, but you have to have guys that go out there and give you major league at-bats 1 through 8 every single night. And you can live with the one position, whether it's catcher, whether it's third base or shortstop. You can live with that one position that is purely a defensive guy. 888-808-1019. Roscoe in Brooklyn. What's going on, Roscoe?
Gallo, real quick. I don't know what's going on with next year, but right now, why we don't call up Trout and be like, yo, Ohtani left. You see what he did? He got rings. Yeah. You're never gonna win a ring in Anaheim, California, wherever the hell you play for.
Yeah, but Roscoe,
come
Roscoe, one, they have to have the pieces to trade for him, which I think they do. And two, I know you said that you don't know what's going to happen next year, but it is a thing. And I don't know if that's necessarily what's holding back, let's say, the Yankees or the Braves or whoever's going to go and chase. The Phillies could be in on Trout if he was available. And we don't even know if he's available. But
the only reason I mentioned it was because, like you said, they're done. Their season's over.
Yes, but here's the thing is, too. They can't just call Trout and be like, hey, come to the Yankees. They have to call the Angels.
Maybe Trout listening to me right now. Yo, Trout, drop whatever's going on. Come to the dark side. Let's make this happen.
But also,
I don't get it.
Roscoe, you do have to think about this, and we don't know what's going to happen next year. But a lot of these owners, including both owners in town, are in favor of a salary cap. What is that salary cap going to look for? And I think he got cut off, but great call, Roscoe. And it's not a bad thought. And if this was 2 years ago, maybe it's an even more realistic thought. But what is next year going to look like? Are teams going to want to go? That's why, the Yankees don't need to trade for Skubal. But that's why Skubal could get moved because he's a rental. Freddie Peralta could get moved because he's a rental. All these other guys that are rentals, it feels more likely they get moved because they're not going to have an impact on the salary cap next year. If there is one. Obviously, it's a big if. But that's it. It's something to think about. The Mets next year might go into the season with 3 guys eating up, if the salary cap is $280. They're going to have 3 guys eating up 50% of that. It's a thing that has to be thought about. If the Diamondbacks were not, the guy that makes the most sense is... Now, there's a lot of guys that make the most sense, so I'm being a little hyperbolic there. And it's a guy I love. If you could go out and get a Marte, then you live with, you're going to have to tell Jazz, hey, you got to play third. But they're not going to do that right now because the Diamondbacks are a half game out. There's no one that really makes sense. I guess Devers makes sense. Again, the contract, actually, I even think Marte doesn't make sense because the contract is so crazy. It's just not as bad as a Devers or a Trout. The contracts are bad. Now, I don't know if the Rockies would be willing to trade a guy like this, but the Rockies have a good young catcher on their roster. I just want to get his numbers up in Hunter Goodman. And I don't know if they would be willing to trade him. He's only 26 years old, but they need to rebuild that organization. And having a catcher who's not, we've already seen it. If the guy's going to be primarily a catcher, He is a right-hander, too, so he fits into that mold, plays a little bit of first base. If the Yankees blow them away, you get a guy under control. He's cheap. He would be instantly your fourth best hitter when Judge is healthy on your team. He's already got 21 dingers. And I know people are like, why would they get rid of their only good young player? Because they don't have anything, and they're going to need to. You'd probably have to give up somebody, Spencer Jones or somebody. But that's a guy where you're instantly getting a position of need, getting a right-handed bat, guy with pop, and you have him for a long period of time. And that's probably unrealistic, but Brian Cashman's going to have to get creative like that, or he's going to just have to make savvy moves that gets them better on the margins. That's like where we're going to have to get to. Again, I want to reiterate, when you look at the standings in baseball, the Angels are 8.5 back. The Giants are 8.5 back. The Rockies are 11 games back. Every other team in baseball is within 6.5 games. The Mets are 7 games under 500. They're only 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. The Red Sox are 13 games under. They're 6.5 games out of a playoff spot. The Royals, 13 games under, 6.5 games. Everyone's talking about the Tigers, who have been a disaster this year. They're 12 games under 500. They're 6 games back of a playoff spot. Think about that. 3 teams right now. You could and that's right now, obviously. But we're not really going to know what the trade market is, because how many of these teams, if you're the Tigers, who kind of went in on a big offseason, are you going to sell your fan base on, we're going to blow it up when we're only 6 games back? Even the Mets, as much as we've killed the Mets, and I don't believe in them, you want to see Stearns blow the team up while they're 5.5 games back? That's the predicament, too, that Brian Cashman is in. Because obviously we've named guys on bad teams, but that is the predicament Cashman is in. And a lot of you are not going to understand that. You're going to kill him if he doesn't make a move. But that's where they sit. 888-808-1019. Val in the Bronx. What's up, Val?
Good, Gallo. What's going on, Dan? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm excellent, brother. I'm excellent. I want to talk some Knicks, and as it relates to the Yankees and my other team, the Jets. But real quick, the stuff that you're talking about, I'm going to just throw 2 names out there.
Let's hear it.
They're both from teams that I'm looking at that are losing. I know Cincy won today against us, but they're going through their struggles. And I talked to you before about Baltimore. The names I'm thinking of, Suarez for third base, and Adley Rutschman as catcher. If we could get one of any of those 2 guys. As far as the bullpen, I'm not even going to throw any names out there.
Real quick, those names make sense. And they're not, I don't think you're going to have to give up a ton. I actually think the Suarez thing. But, again, put it in the perspective. The Reds and the Orioles are 3.5 games back right now. So if those moves are going to happen, they're going to have to play really bad baseball, completely drop out of it, and we're still not going to know if they're going to make those moves until July 31st.
I still believe there's a chance that could happen because, again, like I said, both of those teams have their struggles.
There's definitely a chance it can happen. It's just right now, I can't bank on that. Because,
I got you.
Again, think about, I'm a Mets fan. We all know this. Think about how bad the Mets have been, and they're 5.5 games back. They've been terrible.
I got you.
The season's not over for basically everyone but 3 teams.
I don't. Cincy I give you, but I don't see Baltimore changing the fate of their current,
No, I'm not saying I expect it, but you have to think about it like this. The Orioles spent money this offseason. Are they going to tell their fan base while they're 3.5 games back, and it could get to 4.5 games? Are they going to tell their fan base we're going to trade guys away while we're still competing?
The last time I talked to you about Baltimore, I used the wrong word. What I was trying to say was there is a plethora, a bunch of young players in that Baltimore system. They could also sell it as we getting ready to move people up, and some of these guys we're not quite sure about. We need to move on from them. No, he's about to hit a point where he got to get a contract.
100% valid, Val.
And that bullpen stuff, I'm not going to throw out a name for you because Cashman's probably going to grab a name from somewhere that I don't even know. And he'll turn out to be somebody that I end up loving anyway. So I ain't worried about that. But let me get to the real things that I call for, all right? As far as my Knicks are concerned, I haven't spoken to you since we won, so I just want to say my thank yous to the collective that are on my team, the Knicks. I want to say my thank you to the fans.
Thank you to the Knicks.
Thank you to the fan, all the hosts. But most importantly, I've been on cloud 9 since this thing happened. I have not stopped listening to the fans. So I want to give a special big shout out to all the fraternities that are the callers that call in.
Yes.
You guys have made my moments. I've been getting goosebumps. Like every now and again, I forget that we won it. And then I listen to something and I hear somebody say something, or I just think to myself that we won the chip. Right. And I start grinning and I get goosebumps all over again. I'm walking through the streets and people looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, what's wrong with this dude just walking around smiling? So thank you to the callers that are the fraternity that call the fan. Thank you, Roscoe's, the Rays, even the
thank you to the Vals of the world, yes,
and all of that.
Yes.
Thank you, all of y'all. But let me get now to the real crux of what I want to call for.
Yeah, real quick, because we are up against
all right.
it.
There are lessons for my Yankees and my Jets to get out of what just happened. Real quick, for my Yankees, y'all need to pick up that game face and the understanding that you need your versatility because you have to play with what the game gives you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And for my Jets, I need y'all to understand the value of the Thibodeau years. You got to take step 2, step 3, and step 4 before Leon or whoever is your version of Leon carries you to that threshold and you jump over.
Maybe
so
it's Darren
keep all of that stuff in mind.
You got to get to that point. And I got to let you go, Val, just because we're up against it. But great call. I'm sorry, but we are up against the break, and I don't want to fall behind here. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the calls. We'll continue the conversation about the Yankees. We'll get into a little Mets. We'll relive not just a beautiful day for the Knicks, but a beautiful day for New York City on Thursday. Being able to see it, obviously I was at the very beginning of the parade, so I didn't actually see City Hall until later and all that stuff, but, just a unforgettable moment, a true celebration of not just the team, but the city. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
The dream is real. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Thank you for making the fan part of this unforgettable championship journey.
You really did it, dog. Somehow, some way, I knew we were going to find a way to get this done. Most importantly, thank you to the fans.
New York, this one's for you. The Knicks are champions. For the biggest names, the biggest reaction, and the biggest celebration, stay with a fan.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
This is Sal Licata. You definitely don't want your AC system to fail this summer. So call my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts. Have them check your cooling system now. I know Edison Heating and Cooling, they are the real deal. Go to EdisonHVAC.com.
It's a Yingling thing. Knowing you should never show up empty-handed. You bring something that fits the night. Like a case of Flight by Yingling, a premium light beer that's low-calorie, low-carb, and deliciously refreshing. It's a Yingling thing. Keep it light with Flight.
Get your Yingling lager at Brew Brothers in Franklin Square, Taylor Public House on 8th Avenue near 35th Street, or the International Bar on 1st Avenue in East 6th. Yingling Lager, an ice-cold tradition, ready to be poured. Enjoy a Yingling today.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Layup, take you down? We've got specialists for that. With nearly 50 Castle Connolly top doctors, Orland & Cohen specialists are considered among the best in the nation by their peers, which can mean a better outcome for you. From Staten Island to Southampton, Our network is open 7 days a week, so you can feel better, faster. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
MSC Cruises feel so stylish and European. Let's espresso and gelato.
Espresso and gelato? Those aren't verbs.
Yeah, on MSC Cruises they are.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm into the American stuff. Let's coffee and soft serve.
Sounds like a plan. Maybe later we can chaise lounge and espadrille?
I think you mean pool chair and flip-flop.
For a limited time, get up to 30% off cruises, plus kids sail free. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and so are extra packed trains and gridlocked highways. Ditch the commute and work from home with Fios. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us, then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
And now at Staples, save 25% on all custom banners.
Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Some banners available same day when ordered by 12 p.m. Hence 8-1 exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. Still need Father's Day gifts? There's still time. Head to your nearest Untuck It store to find the perfect presents he'll wear over and over. He'll love to unwrap wrinkle-free cotton to save him time in the morning, performance stretch styles he never has to iron, polos for golf and more, not to mention digital gift cards that deliver instantly. There's still time to nail Father's Day. Get gift cards at untuckit.com or head to one of our 80-plus stores nationwide. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up, a whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Tune in to Odyssey Mets Radio on 880 AM. Brought to you by the #1 Westbury Toyota Construction Sale.
The Travelers Championship. This is where greatness locks in, where the winds hit harder. For 4 perfect days in June, see returning champion Keegan Bradley and more of the world's best like Scotty Scheffler, Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose, and Cameron Young at nearby TPC River Highlands. June 24th through the 28th. For tickets and information, go to TravelersChampionship.com. The Travelers Championship. Now is the time. This is the place.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
From opening night to championship night, what a ride! The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Continue the celebration with a fan.
888-808-1019. I didn't even know the Mermaid Parade today was out in Coney Island. Now that's an experience. You want to talk about odd New York events. That is, I've been through it a few times in my life. It is wild. It's awesome, though. I love Coney Island. But it's always a good time. Most things that go on in Coney Island are a good time, but it is bonkers. It's the best way to describe it. I completely forgot that was today. There's just so much going on. And this Fan Focus, we'll get into that in a second. This Fan Focus presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. A little bit of Mets news. Christian Scott threw a bullpen session today with no issues. He expects to throw one or two more, which keeps him in line to be activated on or around when he's eligible next Saturday. And that's Anthony DeComo with that. So that is a little bit of good news for the Mets, who, again, David Peterson starting tomorrow's series finale. Lindor also will move from Binghamton, his rehab from Binghamton to Syracuse, and then reevaluated on a day-to-day basis, I guess, to see where they feel like he's at. So the Mets I don't have a lot of faith in them. They're 5.5 back, but a little bit of good news there, getting some weapons back. And, I mean, Lindor is a big piece, and to be fair, Christian Scott has been a good pitcher, but I'm not getting my hopes up as far as that turning the season around. But back to the calls, back to the Yankees, 888-808-1019. Patrick in Brooklyn, what's going on, Patrick?
How you doing, Seth? Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
Me personally, sir, I'm saying about Mike Trout, all right?
Uh-huh.
If you want the bling, get Mike Trout, Mama. Get Mike Trout. He lived in Philadelphia years ago, and he'll get inspired more. Bring Mike Trout back, Mama.
I know, Patrick, but again, and I appreciate the call, and I know we're going to do this until he gets traded, but you guys have to realize, we could talk about Trout, we could talk about Devers, name another big-name player. I don't think there's a lot of guys outside of those two, on the Angels, Giants, and Rockies, the three teams that you would assume would be willing to trade right now. You got to think about next year, the uncertainty of a season, and the uncertainty of what the salary cap or luxury tax implications are going to be. Now, if it's a luxury tax thing, the Yankees should go and explore both of those guys. I think Devers you could buy low on. I think Trout you're going to have to give up a pretty penny for. He's the face of that franchise, arguably the best player that's played on that franchise. And it matters, though. If there's a salary cap next year, we don't know how, that is going to tie in to teams that are already, like the Dodgers, Yankees, and Mets. They are, three of, I don't know who, I know the Mets and the Dodgers are the highest, but like those are some of the highest salary teams. If let's say the salary cap is $285, I mean, what do you do if you're already up against that? You're at $220. What if the Mets might be at like $250 next year before there's a cap implemented? How are they going to operate in that budget? Teams are probably thinking about that. And I hate to be that guy, but it's the truth. Also, you got to think about Steinbrenner and Cohen have been reported to be in favor of it. I think Steinbrenner's on the books, or on record with that. saying that he's in favor of a salary cap. Whereas Cohen, it's reported, it still doesn't matter. Reported on record, they're definitely thinking about it. So it's going to play into the deadline. Jake in Roseland, what's going on, Jake?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. What's going on, dude?
Here. Just a quick question. So I came up with a couple options for the Yankees to do at the deadline, which you brought up recently. Yeah, I think Goodman on Colorado is a great pickup.
Yeah, I actually think that is.
Catcher.
Yeah, and I just think that is I know people are going to say he's their best young player. I think that's a realistic option and a guy that if I'm the Yankees, I'm willing to, maybe trade a prospect that I wouldn't want to trade otherwise because he's young.
Totally.
He is under control, and, he could be your catcher for the next 5 to 6 years, and he's got pop.
Yeah.
If you have to, you can move him to first. Like, there's a lot of things there that really help you. And Austin Wells as your backup catcher is a great, show of depth.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I know this is a far-fetched option, but considering how bad San Diego has been, and they've been in third place now, what do you think it would take to acquire Mason Miller?
Oh, I mean, again, they are a half game out, and I think the Yankees would have to, give up a lot to get him. I appreciate it, Jake, but there are realistic options, and there are options. Again, they're a half game out. So why would the Padres, they're obviously the Cubs are ahead of them. The Cubs and the Diamondbacks are tied for that last wild card spot. Padres are a half game behind them. Why would they go out there and do that? And Mason Miller is their most valuable piece after Tatis and I guess Machado. They would have to give up a lot. And again, I want to reiterate this. One, I want to reiterate that I'm not panicking about the Yankees, but they need to be proactive. You don't want to get to the playoffs and feel like you didn't make the right effort at the deadline. They have the best pitching staff, the best starting rotation in baseball, and one of the 3 best pitching staffs, in my opinion, in all of baseball. Offensively, they're great, but it's about when you get to the playoffs, you do not want to sit there and be like, man, if they would have added a piece, and it doesn't have to be a star. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a catcher. My point is you could have Austin Wells catching because he's good defensively. If you go out there and you have 7 or 8 other guys they don't have to be superstars. They don't have to be the most productive players, but big league hitters that are going out there giving you big league at-bats every single night. The big thing is, though, after Judge, Bellinger, and Rice, that's a great threesome at the top of that lineup. You're going to need one of those other guys to step up. Right now, Goldschmidt is stepping up. Right now, Volpe's been good. Not in a smaller sample size, but he's been good for both of those guys. Caballero's, proven to be a reliable piece, but you need one of the, you need Jazz to really step up, or you need Goldschmidt to step up like he has and sustain it. But they're going to have to make a move. I just don't expect it to be a home run. Now, again, the Goodman catcher from the Rockies, Hunter Goodman, I do think that is a guy that if the Yankees went and blew them away, they'd be willing to part with. And you're not blowing up your farm system to get him. You're going to have to give up a key prospect, but you're not blowing up your farm system to get him. And it's a guy that could greatly improve that team. Right-handed catcher with pop. And a lot of you are going to say, "Oh, he plays at Coors." I don't. You got to take what the guys are giving you. We heard people say like Ryan Jeffers. That's a guy that you're not going to have to give up much for, and he's coming off an injury. Do you really want to make that trade? They have to make a move, and it's not for Tyreek Skubal. It's not for a starting pitcher. They have so much starting pitching that they can decide to call up a guy like Elmer Rodriguez and push the rotation back a day. Will Warren had a rough start today. They're still 12-3 in Will Warren starts. This is not to say that the Yankees are in trouble, but they need to be proactive. The problem is when you only have 3 teams that you can really say that are completely out of it, the Angels, Giants, and Rockies, that's a problem. That is something that Cashman's going to have to navigate, that there's not as many trade suitors right now. On July 10th, maybe there'll be more. On July 31st, there will definitely be more. But they're going to have to navigate that. Like, to put it in perspective, the Red Sox and Royals are 6.5 back. The Tigers are 6 back. The Mets are 5.5 back. 1 week to 10 days of good baseball, and those teams could be 3, 2.5 back. Not saying they will be, but that's what you got to think about. Are these GMs, are these owners, are these front offices going to be willing to tell their fan bases, hey, we're not out of it, but we're going to blow it up? Going back to what Val said last segment, talking about the Orioles, talking about the Reds. They're both 3 games back, 3.5 games back. Why would they blow it up right now? So it's a tough position to be in if you're Cashman. 888-808-1019. Eric in Bridgeport. What's going on, Eric?
Hey, how you doing, my friend? I don't know if you touched on this. I just got in the car. Big question I have when it comes to Yankee bullpen is I think we have the potential closer of the future right now. And if it was up to me, I would have LaGrange in that bullpen getting ready and airing out that ball because his stuff is wicked. I would hate to see them do a job with him, go back and forth. If he's going to be in the pen, let him be in the pen. Well, that's my thing with him with the closer. And then a couple other points if I could. Go ahead.
I'll tell you this much, Eric. It's not a bad thought. I don't know what their plans are for him right now. I don't think it's a terrible thought. I think what they did with Jabba was the back and forth. We've now seen multiple guys, whether it's Seth Lugo or Clay Holmes, live in the pen for a while and then be able to come back out at some point. So if they sell him on being a closer right now, it doesn't mean if he really wants to be a starter, which a lot of these guys do because of the money.
But did Seth and Clay Holmes air it out like Jabba did? They didn't throw smoke like Jabba.
They threw. I don't know if Jabba was throwing 95. On the regular. It wasn't like he was gassing 100 every day. You got to remember the time.
But it looked like he was airing it out.
All right.
I agree.
I agree. Yes, fine. I understand that, but it wasn't his style of pitching. It was the Yankees didn't know what they wanted to do with him. That's not going to happen right now. And the Yankees were also in a weird spot back then because remember everything that took place during those initial 2 seasons with him. But
and Phil Hughes and Kennedy. We had dreams of grandeur with that.
Right, and they also had poorly timed injuries and situations that they got put in a tough spot. But you're right. I do think that I don't know what their plans are for him. He's going to get called up at some point this year, and maybe it is in the pen. And it also could be in the pen for this year, and then next year if they put him in the rotation, he's not going back to the bullpen unless he absolutely struggles. That's my point. But it's a fair point. And I also don't think the back – and I appreciate the call, Eric. I also don't think the back end of their bullpen is as needy as a lot of Yankee fans make it out to be. I think that this is just a symptom of the times. This is just – it is what it is in baseball right now. A lot of teams don't have a lockdown closer like that. And that when they do, they're usually not getting rid of them. So it's where this team is at. I want to bring up the pitching stats right now over the last 15 days because I do think it's not the end of the world. Obviously, Bednar has only pitched 5 innings, but he hasn't given up a run in his last 5 innings. Fernando Cruz, I think it was the one bad outing. He gave up the 2 runs, if I'm correct. They're back into their pen. I mean, Duvall's been better. Hedrick has been consistent all season. I don't think the back end of that pen is as you always want to get better. If you have a chance to get better, I'm not saying don't do that. But if they go out there and they make moves for guys that are 6th and 7th inning guys, I'm okay with that. I think the real thing is they either have to add a everyday piece or they have to add some depth for that offense so they don't have to just be stuck with guys. And if they're struggling in October and it's only 3 guys hitting, and you have to have guys pick each other up. Judge is not, he can, but it's not a guarantee him coming back off injury, he could carry you. It's not a guarantee that a young Ben Rice is going to carry you during the postseason. It's not a guarantee that Bellinger is going to carry you during the postseason. They all have the capability of doing that, specifically Judge. And I think it's fair to say that Ben Rice, the way he's played, if he got hot in the postseason, he could have a a type of postseason where he can carry a team, but you don't want to just rely on that. You want to have all the weapons at your disposal. You want to be versatile, but you also want to have guys that if there's somebody struggling, you're in the DS and, Judge and Bellinger aren't hitting and it's just Rice. You want to have other pieces that can help with them, or vice versa. If they're in the ALCS and Judge is the only guy hitting, that's what you want. You don't want to go into that's what you want to fix. Like, you don't want to go into the postseason and it be like it's another postseason where they didn't hit. Last year they didn't pitch. That was the problem. I'm not worried about that right now because of the level of starters and health that they have in that rotation. They haven't even gotten 100% healthy all year in that rotation. And think about how good it's been. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the calls. We'll continue this conversation. We'll relive the special moment that was Thursday and how it wasn't just a celebration of the Knicks, but it felt like a celebration of this beautiful city. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl this year, the Giants. I would be to the moon if they do. They better be in the playoffs. Better be. I have giant expectations for them. I don't want to hear any nonsense if they don't make the playoffs. I will cut right through that. You won't get positive Tommy there. I'm going to be upset if they don't.
Get After Hours on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Australia is trading at 17% to beat Argentina, meaning a $100 trade pays out $570 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC, that's code CMAC, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and so are extra-packed trains and gridlocked highways. Ditch the commute and work from home with Fios. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us. Then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. It has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
The New York Knicks have reached the mountaintop for championship reaction, analysis, and celebration from every corner of the tri-state. Stay with the Fan.
On that front, and the Mets are getting ready for first pitch. There, and again, if you didn't hear, obviously Lindor getting moved to Syracuse, so Binghamton to Syracuse, and they are, reevaluating his readiness after he gets to Syracuse. So I would assume that within the next 2 weeks, we may see Lindor back with the Mets. Christian Scott threw a bullpen session today with no issue. He expects to throw one or two more. This is all from Anthony DiComo, by the way. Which keeps him in line to be activated on or around when he's eligible next Saturday. So it seems like Christian Scott is throwing bullpens and then going right into getting called back up. Listen, I don't have a lot of faith in the Mets, but and then Fox is showing Lindor highlights right here. I don't have a lot of faith in the Mets, but they are only 5.5 games back, so the season isn't over yet. I will watch every night. As I walk my whole life being, glass half full, and with the Knicks winning, how can you not be glass half full? Man, Team USA is going to win the World Cup. I can tell you that much. Germany's struggling today. It's our sport now. Just, the rest of the world. Enjoy it. They're all enjoying the U.S., but that's how it feels right now. So why am I going to give up on the Mets when they're 5.5 back? I don't believe in them, but I do believe in the power of positivity. And not like Positive Tommy. I'm talking about the Knicks have me delusionally happy. I think I could get a 6-pack. I really do. That's where I'm at right now. 888-808-1019. Maury and Belmore. What's up, Maury?
Positive Gallo?
Call me Lou Gallo.
Listen, I just want to tell you something, man. This week has been incredible. The coverage from the station,
awesome.
Just you doing some, just celebrating it live. My dreams have come true. I don't know what to do now. I'm like a kid that just had his cake. I don't know what else to do except just be excited. Let's see next year what it looks like.
Yes.
Maybe Fox will come on the Knicks. Maybe Fox will be on the Knicks. It seems like he doesn't have time to be in San Antonio much longer. But
no, they committed to him being the point guard next year. They already said that.
I know. Listen, I also want to congratulate you on the engagement. That's wonderful. Keep doing
Thank
the right
you,
thing.
man.
Find a good girl. You do the right thing. And then last but not least, the fact that you're still following your match shows me that, I like that you don't give up. You just can't. You can't. What are you going to do? There's so many games.
Maury,
games left.
I'll put it this way. I'm expecting nothing. And I don't think they're coming back. But I'm going to watch every night. I subject myself to it. It stinks coming off the high of the Knicks, and then it's like, I got to watch the Mets lose a game. The first game after the Knicks clinch the title, I'm watching it. They're down 12-0.
Yeah, under promise and over deliver. That's
right.
What you got to do.
100%. Don't expect anything.
That's it.
Did you get to go to the parade, Maury?
Oh yeah, me, my boy, we were there. We right 225 Broadway. We got there. Not a bad time. We had a nice spot in the front. It was just great. Me,
That's
my brother,
awesome.
my son, his son, and my dad.
Ah, dude, that is 3 generations. Beautiful.
Yeah. And tomorrow we delivered his 65 Caddy convertible to him. He has no clue.
Your pops?
So that's going to be another surprise. Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. That's incredible, Maury.
So that'll be a great day. But listen, I want to tell you, thanks again for keeping us on the edge of our seat, brother. I
appreciate you, Maury. Next week, call in. I want to know how that goes with the car.
Absolutely. God bless you. Talk to you soon, dude.
I appreciate you, dude. That's awesome. We're going to get into it, obviously, on the other side. That's what's made this moment so beautiful. 3 generations of Knicks fans. Obviously, brothers, cousins, grandfather, obviously his father, but his kid's grandfather, all at the parade together. It was a moment. I'll tell you that much. And not a nice gift tomorrow for Pops it is Father's Day. It is going to be a beautiful Father's Day for a lot of people who have, lived and died with the Knicks. Is there a better fight? Maybe a lot of people getting out. You didn't have to get your dad anything because the Knicks won. Or easy ones. I bought you the championship hat. This is the first Father's Day where getting a belt or a tie might be cool because it's a Knicks tie, it's a Knicks belt, something like that. My dad's in Florida living it up in the Key West, so I'm not going to get to see him. I'll call him. But that is, and thank you for the compliments on my engagement. Yes, she is a good one. And she was locked in. We on air, we cleansed her of her Celtics fandom, which I think she was just doing for the crowd. But she was locked in on the Knicks. It was a lot of fun. And this whole ride, you guys have made it awesome. The station killed it. Evan and Tiki killed it on Thursday at City Hall. And then, everybody, the Carton Show, Boomer and Gio Tommy, everybody's killed it. Everyone stepped up. We, a lot of things changing on the fly as the games went. It was awesome. Shout out to Big Hurls navigating that ship as well. Every single body, it took everybody at the station. And it's one of those funny moments, and we'll get into the actual parade on the other side, but it's one of those moments where I will never forget this, not just as a fan, but as, my short time being on air, special moments and being able to, be a part of this. But it's one of those things when the parade ended, I was like, man, the come down is going to be bad in a couple of weeks when we finally get past the initial come down to the win, and we'll never get over it, and the summer will be a ton of fun. But that thought of, thank God, because it was everybody was on call here 24/7 with the Knicks. 888-808-1019. We relive Thursday and how beautiful it was to be in the city, not just a celebration of these Knicks, a celebration of Knicks past, but a celebration of the greatest city in the world, New York City. All that right here on The Fan after the commercial break.
From the Bronx to Brooklyn, Queens to Staten Island, Manhattan to Westchester. Thank you to the world champion New York Knicks for uniting the greatest city in the world behind one team and one dream. Congratulations to the 2026 NBA champions, the New York Knicks, and your home for New York sports. WFAN.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
You know, you work your whole life for this moment. Throughout my career, I've seen myself fall down. People tell me to stay down, and I got back up. Even when I was in the mud, and I kept putting my left foot in front of my right foot. I kept trusting God. I kept trusting my faith. I kept trusting the work.
New York has its title. The 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks. For complete championship coverage, insight, reaction, and everything orange and blue. Stay with the fan. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
You know, Thursday, and we're going to get into the whole thing. And I would love to hear your experience. I know we're a few days after that, but if you got an awesome story, I would love to hear that. If you were there, who were you with? You're watching it. And it was tough for a lot of people to get there. You know, I tried to warn some of my friends, get there early. And they were showing up at like 7:30, like, dude, I can't even get close. But, this has been a life-changing experience, not just as a fan, but working at the Fan and being able to cover a lot of these events. But, Thursday was really my celebration where I got to let loose. I knew, afterwards I was going into work, and then we went. Not at the parade I let loose, but afterwards I let loose. It was a special moment. Got there at 5:30 in the morning. Ryan Chichester of WFAN Digital was also there. He got there even earlier than me. And then, trying to navigate the chaos. And, NYPD and the city did a great job. A little bit of confusion at times, and I'm speaking only from my experience. I know a lot of you dealt with a lot of craziness as well, but I thought in my experience it was pretty good. Got to where we were supposed to meet for the press, and we weren't at City Hall. We were at the very beginning of the parade where they loaded the floats, which was awesome. It was almost more enjoyable because it wasn't overcrowded. It was crowded, not overcrowded, and to get out of there was pretty easy. But we got to the spot we were going to be at, which ended up being public access, but at first was just for the press. So at 6:40-ish, let's say, we're in that spot. We didn't leave the spot we were in until we left the parade around noon. That was when all the floats had finally passed us. We were right at the intersection, a little bit farther down from the corner of where the West Side meets Battery Park. I don't know what the exact name of the street is that we were on. But that was where we were. We were posted up there for almost 6 hours. And I had a small coffee and a small sip of water before I got there. I ate nothing because I was afraid of having to use the bathroom. We were there for 6 hours. It was well worth it. It was an awesome experience. The players were awesome with the fans, and like obviously I had to see it later in the day, but the way that they interacted, the moment with Brunson bringing the trophy into the crowd. Cat walked by us with the Eastern Conference trophy. Trey Jameson had the cup. It was everybody. Celebrities were running by. All of my favorite rappers growing up were there. That was awesome. I know a lot of younger people probably couldn't care less about a lot of those guys. For me, that was not just seeing Knicks legends, but seeing NYC hip-hop legends, Wu-Tang, Lox, Ja Rule. I'm missing a few, but Fat Joe, it was incredible. And then the celebrities, all that. But it was a really awesome moment. And I think what was so special about it was, so we get there and they're loading up the floats, but the players and all the celebrities, they're not there yet. The staff, they're not there yet. But what is there is, the corrections officers are there. The police department's there. The fire department's there. The bagpipes, I'm pretty sure that's the fire department that does that. Sanitation is there. The parks department, all represented. And to be honest, they all deserve to be represented because they all had to play a part as EMS. Everybody had, the street sweepers were tricked out with like a Knicks mural on it. It was cool. They all have color guards, I think. Definitely the parks and NYPD did for sure. And the parks department guys were hyping up the crowd all morning. That was cool because it's really just not even, it's about the Knicks. It is first and foremost about the Knicks, but it is awesome to celebrate these guys. I saw after the videos online of the sanitation workers cleaning up and the fans chanting for them. But that was a cool moment. And, shout out to the Knicks putting MSG game day staff, like the concession workers, the merchandise people on a float. They put the Knicks staff that aren't just coaching staff on a float. That was awesome. I don't know. Again, this is my first parade, that I've been to, and really the only one I've really ingested, entirely. I don't know if that is commonplace. And, but the players and the coaches, they all get that stuff. But that was cool. But then you look into the crowd, and people are jam-packed, and it's New York. And, people get a little frustrated. But you look in the crowd, and you see people from all different walks of life, all different colors, all different shapes and sizes, genders, all different religions, social, economic backgrounds, everything. Everyone was there. It was a big party. Everyone was loving up on each other. In the city afterwards was beautiful. And it just shows you how amazing. And we're seeing it with the World Cup too, how they tell you everyone's so bad. And I always tell you guys, go touch grass. People are not as bad as they make it seem. I actually am somebody who genuinely likes human beings. So being around them doesn't really bother me. We all have our moments, but I truly enjoy being around other humans. And it's been a special month. We've all experienced it. In the tri-state, and this is not just about New York. Obviously, New York is the center of this, but in the tri-state area as a whole. Because that was Connecticut, that was New Jersey, that was the 5 boroughs, that was Long Island, it was upstate. Everyone convened on the city. But it's special to see that moment and to see everyone vibing out together, partying together, minimal issues. And just that moment, and it represented so much more than just the Knicks. And it was beautiful. It didn't matter what politics you supported. It didn't matter what religion you were. Everybody was out there, all different ethnicities. It was beautiful. And it's perfect example, not just what this team has represented, the hardworking people in New York. It was awesome. And I've never been a part of something like that. I'm sure, Yankee parades, Giant parades have been like that before. Not to this magnitude, but it was awesome to see. And the players loving up the fans. Even before the floats take off, Mike Brown was running around all the fans, got off his float, was running around. Alvarado, Josh Hart, they were all over making sure they showed the fans love. And the city didn't miss the mark. The fans didn't miss the mark. And the team certainly did not miss the mark. And it was beautiful. Like, I was blown away. And then afterwards, I went all the way up to American Whiskey. It's a bar on 30th. Chilled with my guy, Al Cindron. He got me a little tuned up. I don't drink much, so it didn't take me much to get there. My guy, Hector Beauchamp at Latino Sports, and my guy, Brian Fonseca of the New York Got Game podcast at the Post. We were all hanging out, having a good time. And I haven't really gone to any watch parties. I haven't really been a part of that. And even that, being at the bar, everyone, different ages, different races, religions, everything, enjoying each other, loving it up, partying, and it was fun. I'm washed up, so I didn't last that long. But it was beautiful. And I just thought it was such a crazy moment to be a part of. And it's something we're always going to look back on. The amount of Knicks fans, not just where I was, but I saw online where it's generations, grandpa, dad, son, grandma, mom, daughter, cousins, aunts, uncles, all together in that moment. Even if you didn't get close. I had buddies that got in too late, and they didn't even get close. They had to watch the parade on, in the South Street Seaport from a television, and they were like, honestly, it was awesome being around these people and being in that environment. And it really was. I walked from downtown, from, the end of, Manhattan, basically, all the way to 30th. And it was Knicks everywhere. It was good vibes everywhere. The city still feels like that right now. Maybe not as much Knicks gear, although I have seen a bunch of people. And if you're wearing anything, it feels like everyone's still, let's go. I think they could do it next year. Some guy today, he goes, they're not, this isn't it. Next year, back to back. That was literally right by Joe's Pizza when I was coming in today. It was hilarious. But it was a special moment, and it's funny because they tell you, we're seeing it with the World Cup. All these people from all different places coming here, going to Mexico, going to Canada, and how they're like, man, they tell us Americans are bad, and Americans are like, they tell us you guys are all bad. And everyone's just having an awesome time together. And it shows you maybe people aren't that bad afterward. We all find these things to be divided about. Sports being that common ground, bringing us together. And this moment specifically in the city felt special. It didn't matter if you were a transplant, a native New Yorker, from New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island. It was awesome. And we may never experience something like that until the Knicks repeat again next year. But it was beautiful. And I really was like, when I got home, I was telling my fiance, I was like, today was awesome. It was a party. Don't get me wrong. We were lit. It was a party. But it also was like the biggest thing that stood out for me, not just the players and the environment and loving up on the Knicks, but just how it felt to be in the city at that moment. How it felt, and we've all gone through this, to be in the tri-state area in this moment, these last 4, 5, 6 weeks, and how amazing it's been to be in the city. When I did a watch party with the guys from the Post, left game 2 at like 1:30 and walking in the city and everyone's having a good time and the bars are packed, being outside the Garden after game 4 and feeling the vibes and walking all the way to the meatpacking district because I was just trying to get out of the surge pricing for Ubers and how it was just a vibe. It was just awesome. Being here Saturday night with you guys, a dream come true. Getting to live it up with Tommy and Nick Theodoro. Shout out Nick Theodoro, who killed it, helping me pop some champagne. But then I walked to Fifth Ave and walked all the way down Fifth Avenue and took it all the way to City Hall, basically. Just wanted to experience what was going on, and it was beautiful. It wasn't Times Square crazy. It was beautiful. I got to Bay Ridge. Bay Ridge was partying till 3, 4 in the morning, setting off fireworks. It was cool. It was an awesome time. And we also don't get to experience this too much. The Knicks haven't been this good for that long. And the other teams, when the Yankees are in the World Series, they take over the city, but not to this extent because there are a bunch of people who root for the Mets. And vice versa, or even with the Giants and the Jets. The Rangers, you get that vibe, but hockey not being the casual fan doesn't jump on the bandwagon the same way. It was a beautiful time to be in the city. And Thursday was just a special moment. And they always tell us how terrible New York is. Everyone who doesn't live here wants to tell us how terrible it is. And that was an amazing moment and showed you yet again why we are the center of everything and why we are the greatest city in the world. And it really felt like that. It felt like a celebration of the city. Even though, we celebrated the Knicks, we celebrated the Knicks of past. It was very funny, the Bernard King stuff was awesome. The Spencer Haywood, Clyde, Patrick ending the parade was awesome. And him living it up. Jerome Williams there as well, which was funny. Out of all the legendary Knicks they brought back. Allen Houston, Spree, Larry Johnson, Starks. It was awesome. And then celebrating these Knicks. But then we celebrated the city as well. It was really beautiful. Just an awesome time to be in the city. And it's something I'll never forget. And, we continue the celebration all summer. 888-808-1019. My guy, Joey Clams, in the building. What up, Joey?
Anthony, we're number one, baby.
We're number one. And guess what, Joey?
Forever.
We're number one forever, and we're number one until a new number one gets crowned, and we don't even know if that's going to happen next year.
We're number one, baby. Listen, that parade, I watched it on TV. I was at the 94 Ranger Parade. I knew this one was going to be bigger because it's, it's basketball. And basketball is a world sport.
But that 94 parade...
I called you a couple... Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that 94 parade was also special. It just shows you the magnitude of this moment.
We still talk about it.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to tell you. We still talk about it when we were there. And you know what? And everybody that was at this Knicks parade, they're going to be talking about
Forever.
it 30, 40 years.
Forever. And it's funny.
It was unbelievable.
It's funny, Joey, because, again, the Mets stink my entire life, and the Knicks haven't been very good either. And even people who knew I was there that couldn't make it, just reliving the stories for them, but then hearing their stories of watching it, it's really awesome, and it's something I'm very grateful to experience.
We're watching all the videos, even today on TikTok, and watching they're putting the Rocky music in. You got
awesome.
tears in your eyes.
I've cried over other people.
Fan.
Yeah,
Because of my father, we grew. I grew when the Knicks won in '73. The candy store up the block a week later had the poster. And my mother went and got it. I was an only child. My mother was spoiled me like anything. Ran up the block. I had the poster in my room. My father, we used to go to all the Ranger games because we had my father's uncle worked at a company. The guy never used the tickets. We used to sit in the red seats. That's when the garden had color. The seats were red, orange, yellow, green, and then blue. The seats were $15 back then to go to the Ranger games. I only went to a couple of Knicks games. The Knicks games were never on TV until at night. So you never seen them on Channel 9 in the road games. Same thing with the Rangers.
So was that...
You never seen Ranger or Knicks home games.
So then the home games were tape delay?
Yeah, they were tape delay. So they were like 11:30 at night.
That's
and,
unreal.
you never seen them. But the Ranger games you've seen. But you never seen the home games from the Rangers and the Knicks. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, you got to win road... I said the Knicks got to win two road games.
100%.
To be a champion.
And
After they lost that game to the Hawks, they won 9 in a row on the road, bro. Hey, listen.
Yes.
Hey, Anthony, there's a picture of Alvarado right over Wemby, like getting down in his face, and he's telling him, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn style. That's got to be a poster.
Joey.
Brooklyn's in the house.
He had shots over Alvarado.
My father, Big Joe, was a big sports fan.
Shout out Big Joe.
Passed away last September. Yeah, you know what? And he wore the big chains and the shirt open back in the day. It was a picture of me and him. I was 12, and he's about 35. And I put it on Facebook, and the girls wrote back, "Oh, Big Joe Pig, Little Joe Pig." You know what? We wear that proud on our sleeves. Hello, how you doing?
How you doing, Joey? I love you. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I mean, like I know I've seen the documentary. I think it's the Garden of Eden one they did on the 30 for 30. But even like my older relatives that were around 50s, 60s, 70s, they were telling me in like the 50s and 60s, the Knicks would play into the St. John's game. They were the curtain riser to the St. John's games. So I couldn't imagine waiting for tape delay to see the Knicks games on TV. Obviously, the radio back then was more prominent. It's a special moment. It really is. And he's right. They had to win road games. They were great on the road, and something flipped in that series against Atlanta, and they never looked back. The Hawks, much like De'Aaron Fox, people outside the organization that helped this Knicks team realize their true potential. Mario in Long Beach. What's going on, Mario?
What's going on, man? Great stories about Thursday. It was great.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
It was awesome, man. Unbelievable.
And the thing is, right now, I hope we put everything to bed. So far, we got who is it? I think Kevin Garnett. We got the guy from the Celtics that's on the podcast. What am I forget his name? Paul Pierce. Then we got Draymond Green. Then we got Shaq, and then I think we also have Chuck, and then we have Wright. These are all the people that have already come out and apologized to him.
And Stephen A. apologized too. He apologized to Brunson and Hart.
He didn't have a choice.
He didn't. They put him on. That was hilarious. It put him on. They put him on blast, which was funny. But listen, it's also this is all fun and games. And they were wrong. There's nothing they could do now about it. You know, let the Spurs fans cope with what they think was a series they dominated because they didn't. They choked.
Yeah, but there's still a couple ahead, and I don't understand it. I mean, listen, if we have a conversation, me and you, about who you think is better, that's fine. You can have that. But there has to be some basis of fact. You can't say somebody's better and he's done nothing, and my guy's done 100 things.
Well, here's the thing
better,
is, too. Here's the thing is, Mario, at the end of the day, there's winners and there's losers. And there's one winner at the end of the day. And that winner is the New York Knicks. And that's all that matters. Anybody can tell you what they want. That is all that matters. And they didn't just win. They won dominantly. They went out there and even with those close games against the Spurs, finished with the biggest margin of victory in an NBA postseason. So everyone can stick that in their pipe and smoke it. That's it.
Yep. And the last thing I want to leave you with, this is a good thing to know if you're talking Evans and all those other guys. In NBA history, in the fourth quarter of finals series, right? Fourth quarter final series. Who scored the most in the history of the NBA? It's Shaq, 11.5 points in a game. Now, it took him 6 games to do that. He was at 6 finals, by the way. Second is Brunson at 11.2, and third is Curry at 10.8, and he was in 6 too. So neither Steph Curry nor Shaq got above that number in 6 games. Brunson got 11.2 in one series.
Well, it's funny, and I appreciate the call, Mario. You can look at, there's so many stats you could point to with Brunson, and he's up there with the absolute legends of the game. And I don't really care how people view him now, because we know. We've known, but we know now. This guy is a stone-cold killer. He is the best American-born player in the league. I don't care what anyone tells me. Jason Tatum has to prove he's healthy. Tyrese Halliburton has to prove he can do it. And listen, he got hurt. And I have one thing left to do for this Knicks team. Obviously, I want to win another one, but I want to beat that Pacers series. I want to beat that Pacers team in a series next year. That's what I want to do. Nobody could tell me anything right now. They can't tell you. They can't tell me. The Knicks are champions. Brunson's final MVPs. Cat got a title before Jimmy Butler did. Before Joel Embiid did. Mikal Bridges and the picks. Who cares? It is a beautiful time to be a Knicks fan. And guess what? They're not going to be the favorites next year, but they are going to be contenders. And you better mark your calendars. Don't set vacation for June. I may get married in June. So there's, some chance that happens. We hope it happens, but I'm just saying, don't make vacation plans June of next year. 888-808-1019. Yankees, Knicks, we'll get into all of it. We'll talk a little World Cup as well. Back after this, Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
The place to be for everything New York Knicks is the place the Knicks voices speak.
We're hanging out with Knicks legend Walt Clyde Frazier. Brunson, he's the guy. Mr. Clutch. So down the stretch, he's going to have the ball.
Those who know.
Mr. John Starks.
They've been incredibly locked in. Everybody is clicking on all cylinders. They can win it all.
Carmelo Anthony joins us here on The Fan.
This was a team that was trying to figure out who they were as a team with the lineups. They were trying to figure out offensive systems. They was trying to get Mike Brown. Everybody was trying to figure it out.
You want Knicks? Why go anywhere else?
Mr. James Dolan live in studio.
We're going to raise the NBA championship. That's the banner we want to raise. Yeah.
WFAN congratulates your 2026 NBA champions. For the biggest names, the biggest reaction, and the biggest celebration, stay with The Fan.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
on.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Hi, this is John Starks, and I'm Tyler Kolek. At John Starks Kia, we don't play games. No gimmicks, no tricks, no hidden fees, no surprises. Lease a Kia Sportage for just $333 a month with just $3 due at signing. What we say is what it is, period. See you at John Starks Kia in Queens. Go New York, go New York, go.
36-month lease excludes tax, title, and MV fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Expires July 6th.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 3rd for a very special night. Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring your family and friends as the Yankees take on the Twins, and stay after the game for a spectacular post-game fireworks show celebrating the 250th birthday of America. Get your tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss the Yankees and Twins Fireworks Night, Friday, July 3rd, presented by Baby Ruth. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Hey, this is Sal Licata. You know that when your AC fails, it's the worst. Make sure that doesn't happen by contacting my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts for decades. They're my go-to techs. They've done plenty of work on my house. I trust these guys to do a great job. And by the way, if your AC unit is over 15 years old, you're wasting your money. Get a new high-efficiency AC system right now. You'll save money and stay cooler. Go to EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
It's a Yingling thing. Watching the grill like it's the championship game. Yelling at the ref as if he can hear you. Sipping a Yingling traditional lager and feeling like the MVP. Brewing America's lager for nearly 200 years.
Get your Yingling Lager at Old Street Restaurant and Bar in Smithtown, Mom's Kitchen on the corner of 48th and 9th, or Gaff East on 2nd Avenue and East 88th. Yingling Lager, an ice-cold tradition, ready to be poured. Enjoy a Yingling today.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can, with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty, in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV. And I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for $419 a month for 36 months with $2,049 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Everybody loves a win. And with the New Jersey Lottery, the next winner could be you. Play today at a New Jersey Lottery retailer near you, because anything can happen in Jersey.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
New Jersey sets the global stage for FIFA World Cup 26. 8 epic matches, including the history-making final. Come for the games. Stay for the wow. New Jersey, where the world meets its match. Get in on the action at visitnj.org.
New York, this summer bring the red, white, and boom to the barbecue with Smirnoff Ice, featuring a delicious classic for everyone in your crew, like the zesty lemon lime original, ready to team up with a fresh grilled hot dog, or a nostalgic summer favorite, red, white, and berry, perfect to match some sweet, sticky ribs. Whatever your summer flavor craving is, Smirnoff Ice has a crisp, refreshing option ready for you. Head to a store near you, grab a 12-pack, fill the cooler, and celebrate your freedom to flavor. Smirnoff Ice, too crisp to resist. Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation in times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
The wait is finally over. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. For complete championship coverage from the station that lived every moment of the journey, stay with the fan.
Writing them off, blah, blah, blah. And it's fine. They can. It's okay. They're probably not. I think they are fourth favorites. I think it is Spurs, OKC, the Celtics, and then the Knicks. Let's see, 2027 NBA championship odds. Let's go to Polymarket again. Oh, the Knicks are third behind the Spurs, then the Thunder, then the Knicks. I thought I saw earlier in the week it was, the Celtics. It depends on where you're looking. The books have the Celtics third. But anyway, I was talking to Connor Green, lifelong Knicks fan since April 2026 about the Knicks and next year. And obviously a lot of it plays into health. And everyone was healthy this year. And I keep seeing that people are saying, the NBA is going to figure them out. I think the NBA already figured the Knicks out, and then the Knicks figured out what the NBA figured out. And that happened in games 2 and 3 of the first round of this playoff. And there has to be the benefit of the doubt given that this Knicks team is going to play with less pressure next year. Yes, the pressure, they're going to still compete at a high level. But what I mean, Mikal Bridges isn't going to be thinking about picks, and he's not going to care what the outside noise says. Nobody's going to care about Cat, and nobody's going to say we can't win with Cat, and he's not going to have to fight with trade rumors like he did this year and last year. And there's just this level of confidence that comes. And when you look at, not just what Brunson's does, but what the rest of the team can do now. And you have to assume the way this team has developed talent, that guys like Diawara and Kolek, Dadier, and Hock-Purdy, one of them at least is going to take a leap. We'll get into, I heard Craig talk about it. I think it was Friday, maybe it was Thursday, where he was saying he wants Shamet and Robinson back, but he's not going to lose sleep over if they leave. And I kind of agree. I think that Robinson needs to be the focal point of the offseason because Shamet's probably going to get paid, and he deserves it, a number that the Knicks just can't pony up for a bench 3-and-D guy. And that's a part of being a champion. We lived it, when the Giants won or the Yankees won, you lose guys. The cap sports, it happens more often. When the Giants win, you lose guys that next year, so we're going to, if Shamet is the casualty of war, that's, I guess, a weird way to put it. If Shamet is just the one guy who we lose and they are able to retain Mitchell Robinson, and it's a little bit easier to retain him because of how long he's been with the team, the bird rights, yada, yada, all that, they can 100% be in this position next year. They will be. Now, they have to get it done in 7-game series after 7-game series. It's a grind. But this team has the making. This is part of why Leon Rose locked guys up and Brunson takes less money. And I know it seems like a small thing, but the little bit of money that Mikal Bridges left on the table, I think it was about $4 million a year or something like that, or $4 million in total, puts the Knicks in a position to make moves like this. You trade for Jose Alvarado, not just because of this year, but what he could bring next year. I know he's got like a $4 million player option. I don't think he's going to reject that. I think he's going to keep that and hope that he could stay here. He's from here. That is one of the most underrated, best stories in all of sports right now. New York kid, born and bred, grew up a Knicks fan, wins a title with the Knicks. Going toe-to-toe with a giant and told them, come get some. Hitting shots over him, boxing him out, frustrating him to the point that he's got to put him in a headlock, hip tossing him to the ground. So I would expect Shamet to be gone because I just think that a team is going to look at him and say, that's a guy that we need on our bench, 3-and-D, and the Knicks are going to have to live with that. And you hope in the draft maybe they could replace him, or one of these guys, Diawara, Kolek, Dadier, specifically those three, obviously Hock-Purdy plays a different position, can step up. And you focus on Mitchell Robinson. If they were to lose both of them, I don't think that means they can't go back-to-back. And I want to say it again. When you look at what the Knicks have done, and they flipped the switch after those first 3 games against the Hawks. And now that is something that they are going to be able to replicate next year. Maybe they all always knew it, and it just took them getting humbled to really start to dig in and do it more precisely. But that is a team that I think found its switch, and they 100% can repeat next year. They have 2 draft picks, I think, at the end of the first round, which, let's see, Knicks draft picks. And the draft is, I think, a week away. No, they have first pick of the second round, and then the 24th. They have the 24th, the 31st, and the 55th. Leon Rose has done a great job finding talent late. He has done a great job finding pieces. Diawara was like the 58th overall pick or something like that. He's got this team locked in to contracts for this exact reason. The window closing was supposed to start 2027 and 2028. Those 2 seasons. That was it. That's what everyone's thought process was. The Knicks have 3 seasons to win a title. They've won it. And it's time to set NBA history. And I think they can do it. Yes, the East is going to be more healthy. We kind of take for granted what this team did, and a lot of people downplay it because Tatum wasn't 100%, even though they beat him when he was. I don't want to hear about it. They were going to be down 3-1. They were down 11 with under 3 minutes to go in that game. I don't want to hear it. And how the one thing you can say, and I think it's fair, and they also have to prove that they are going to be able to replicate what they did prior to Halliburton getting hurt. They were a lottery team next year. Halliburton is an excellent player. He did not play well enough in the regular season to justify that being the only. I think they tanked. I think that's the key point there. I think it was a buy-in from everyone they tanked. They didn't get the pick they wanted, so sucks to suck. That team is the one team I think you could say, all right, the Knicks have to prove they could beat them. They've proven they could beat everybody else. I don't even know if the Pistons are going to be a top 4 team next year in the Eastern Conference. They may be a play-in team. I'm sorry. Until they add another piece to go along with Cade, and those guys can prove they could do more than just be physical in the regular season, because that was their whole MO. They look at how physical they are. And then when teams get physical with them, and they need a Tobias Harris to have a career game in Game 7 of the first round, the Knicks are going to be there at the end of the season next year. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but they are going to be in the title hunt. They are going to have a chance to defend their title. And I really believe, if you're thinking logically, they are the best team in the Eastern Conference until proven otherwise. Not just because they won this year, but because of how they're built, how they you have the Celtics, the Heat, I think the Pistons. They're all wondering, can they trade for Giannis? Giannis missed the postseason this year. I know he was hurt, but he missed the postseason this year. They lost in the first round the year prior. The Eastern Conference is not going to take this enormous leap. Maybe the Magic take a leap. Maybe the Wizards, if they're healthy, take a leap. It's the Knicks conference until proven otherwise. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. What's going on, Moose?
Anthony Gallo. What it do, homie?
What's up, my guy?
If I seem a little out of it, home-cooked chicken parm hero on garlic bread, I whipped up myself because I'm not a scrub. I don't live at home with my mama, so I got to cook for myself.
Because you're a grown man.
I don't do
so
it
you got the itis right now, is what you're saying.
Yes, it's impeccable right now. My eyes are tearing tears of joy for the level of that, and it's now after dinner around 10 p.m. because it's Saturday. I had a late breakfast, a late lunch, and a late dinner.
I'm cool with it. There's nothing like a late chicken parm hero at 10 o'clock at night. That just sounds like a snack for me.
Listen. You got a future life partner. You got to think about kids, life insurance, qualifying for it.
I can tell you this much. She'd kill me if she caught me at 10 o'clock eating a chicken parm hero. I'll tell you that much.
Listen, that's like 2,500 calories.
Wow, who's counting calories? The Knicks just won the title. Who's counting calories over here? Come on.
You know what? I'll let that slide, even though that might be, if she found out, that might be a week of sleeping on the couch.
Well, this is the same person when we first moved in together. She knew I was this person. But the first time she got annoyed with me, it's a true story. You know, my mom had made some chicken cutlets. I brought them home with me. I went to go get water in the middle of the night. And she walked into the kitchen, me standing in front of the fridge, just in my boxers, eating a cold chicken cutlet, just straight out the fridge like a crazy person. And then it was like I was doing drugs. I was like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's so funny, bro.
It is what it is. But
oh my God, I'm here to talk Yankees. We'll digress into the Yankees.
Right. What's your Yankees point?
Like that too. Yes. So I'm echoing and repeating everything you're saying in terms of trading for Skubal. And yes, Garver might be a good addition. But my whole thing, even though these things work out, but we want to be healthy, they work themselves out when it comes to the 40-man, the 26-man Major League roster, and then the postseason rosters. With players injured and certain players that are currently on the roster that might have to get DFA'd. I want everybody to be healthy when it comes to the postseason. I want a 4-man rotation of first Cole, Schlittler, Fried, Rodon, with Warren and Weathers in the bullpen. And obviously Cruz and then Bednar to shut the door. Because there are, like, the only surefire closer is like Robert Suarez or Mason Miller. There's nobody better than what we have in Bednar. So fans talking about trading for Miller or anything like that's poppycock. It's not going to happen.
Right.
So,
I don't think it.
Hope for.
Well, you continue the point.
So the best thing we can hope for is one of those free agent to maybe 1 or 2 year of control relief pitchers who can come in 7th, 8th, or 5, 6, whatever. And when it comes to the postseason, even though the AL, like even as I'm like, I might be crazy to think this, when everybody's healthy and we get our pieces back, that we can almost add one, if not any, bullpen piece, and we can sleepwalk to the World Series with our lineup and our rotation.
I feel like, and I appreciate the call, Moose. Great call, dude. Enjoy that chicken parm. Now I want a chicken parm sandwich. Connor, get 2 chicken parm sandwiches for us, okay? Thank you. Also, actually, you know what? Take my soccer jersey, go to Chipotle and get us the buy one, get one.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Going on. You need to start wearing some soccer kits here.
I know. I get Chipotle every day.
You are
Save a lot of money.
You were this before Mikal Bridges was this. You are the real king of Chipotle. Connor eats a lot of Chipotle. Bacon, egg, and cheeses and Chipotle. 888-808-1019. For the Yankees, they legitimately are, I think, even before the deadline, moves that they need to make are the best team in the American League. I'm just saying, you don't want to leave it up to chance. And why, if you have a chance to improve the team, and it doesn't have to be stars, you have the chance to improve the team with role player types or middle relief pitchers to make yourself in the best position when you do get to the World Series and you're facing the Dodgers or the Braves or, you know, the whoever it is, the Brewers, the Phillies are now on this surge and they can make a big move. Why not go out there and make every effort to get better? And it doesn't need to be a superstar. 888-808-1019. Angel in Newark. What's going on, Angel?
Yo, Gallo, what's up, man? Listen, I've always been a fan, and the reason why is because you always show love to New York City. You always say the truth. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. And you never criticize it. You never complain about it. That's what you're supposed to do. You know, and you don't talk politics, so that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I just want to listen to sports.
Yeah, I also just want to have fun. I have no problem talking I'm also not somebody who will cut off a relationship due to politics, but I also don't. I want to have fun. This is fun.
Yeah.
Like, if I wanted to talk politics on air, I would have worked at one of these lame news organizations. But,
absolutely. No, you're positive and good vibes. That's what sports radio is supposed to be. So, listen, I wanted to ask you 2 quick things. So, for the Knicks, so they got the 24th, the 31st, and the 55th. I'm wondering, do you think they should trade those 3 picks and get into the top 10 or top 15? And then for the Yankees, who are you going to trade for Skubal? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks a lot, man.
I appreciate it, Angel. The Yankees aren't trading for Skubal. They don't need Skubal. They're not trading for Skubal. I wouldn't. I mean, it's tough for me to say who they would trade because I wouldn't trade for him. Now, for the Knicks, I don't think it's realistic to think they could get into the top 10. They don't own next year's or the 2029 pick. Their 2028 pick is the least favorable between the Knicks, the Nets, and the Suns. So whatever pick, it's very convoluted. I'm not even going to get into the 28 pick. It's not a good pick. They have this year's 24 overall pick. I do think the level of talent in that top 10 really kind of ends around 6 and 7 where you would want to trade up to get somebody there. Now, if they have the chance to go to like 11 to get a guy they truly love, sure. I don't know what team is doing that for 2 seconds and a first. I don't know if they are able to turn around and do a sign-in. There's no possible. In my opinion, there's no way they're getting into the top 10. I also don't think they need to. I think they need to make sure, and I assume that they're going to take that pick at 24. I think that they're going to use that pick at 24. It's not going to be like one of these years where they trade back and trade back. They're not signing a big-name free agent. They're going to use what they have within the salary cap rules to bring in veteran pieces. If they lose Shamet, they'll probably bring in a veteran piece that they're able to. Their goal is to re-sign Mitch. You hope that Alvarado takes the player option at $4 million, and they go from there. They're going to have to use that pick. Selfishly, I wanted to be Zuby Ejiofor as a St. John's guy. I don't really think that's a need for them. I think they're either going to need to get size or they're going to need to get a 3-and-D guy. I think that is what they're going to have to do. And that's the scenario that they're in when it comes to the draft. 888-808-1019. Michael in Manhattan. What's going on, Michael?
Hey,
Michael, are you there?
How are you? Yeah, I am. You called me just as I got out of my car.
What's
Perfect
up,
timing.
dude?
Hey, one personal question. Are you related to Dick Gallo?
To who?
The sports writer?
No. The artist? No, I'm not.
Sorry, the cartoonist. I grew up with him. I loved him. And back then, the GOAT used to mean something totally different.
I used to lie to people and tell him that I was related to him as a kid, but no, not related to him.
Yeah. So I went to Game 2 in San Antonio because
Awesome.
I could get there for about 10% of the price I could get in the Garden. And honestly, the fans in San Antonio were amazing. They were into it, but they were polite. But, the Knicks fans, who were about 15 to 20% of the attendance, they actually took over. And after the game, the chanting was amazing.
Yeah.
Let's go. It was wonderful.
It looked awesome. And I had a buddy, my boy Matt was out there for Game 5 when the Knicks clinched, and he was like, it sounded like a Knicks home game for the majority of it. And he's like, when the Spurs fans left, when the title was being handed out, he's like, he was shocked at how filled the stadium was with Knicks fans.
Well, that was Game 5. Game 2 was not quite like Game 5.
Right, but just to put it into perspective, and I'm sure you had a blast out there, right? I think we lost Mike there, but that's a great call. There was a very small thought. If they hadn't asked me to work that Saturday, I might have tried to fly down to San Antonio for that game. One of my friends, Matt, he was there, and they went down there just for the night and then flew back the next day, and he said it was awesome. Said this city wasn't that greatest. He said the Riverwalk was cool, San Antonio a little grungy, and the arena not that special. He said a lot of history, but not that special. But he was shocked. He showed me videos of the trophy celebration and how it was. Listen, we had Begley on halftime when I was on that night. He said it was about 60-40. That's what I thought it was. That's what it kind of sounded like. The videos he showed me, you could have told me it was flipped the other way. And I know quite a few people, not personally, but through other people that also went down. But he said it was awesome. That's cool that you got to go down there, Mike. So awesome experience. And I can't say enough how grateful I am that I got to go there on a press pass. And, I did not take that for granted in any light, understanding how expensive it was to get in the building. Obviously, I'm doing work while I'm there, but I would sweep the floors if it meant I could get in the building. And another cool moment, too, that Game 4, when I'm leaving, I got hugged by a security guard. I had immediately walked away, and their fans are still celebrating, and you could see the concession workers are all hanging around. They're going nuts. So this meant a lot just for the same as the fans, for those, because a lot of them are fans, the MSG staff. And it was cool that Dolan, whoever, I'm sure it was Dolan's idea, but whoever idea it was to have the MSG game day staff, the whatever it is, business staff, the concession stand workers, the security guards, to have them at the parade. I'm assuming because they had 2 floats that said, MSG staff, and my sister's friend who works at the Garden, game day wise, was on one of them. I'm assuming that's what it was. That's awesome. And they deserve it. They've sat through maybe more bad basketball than any of us. The security guard that gave me a hug, and it wasn't, he had no idea who I was. I had no idea who he was. The security guard who gave me a hug, the raw emotion he had was awesome. He was yelling. It was awesome. And that Game 4 moment gives me chills just thinking about it. Just as much as Saturday night. 888-808-1019. I got you for 2 more hours, all the way till 10 o'clock. Freddie Peralta stinks. The Mets are down 1-0. We'll get back into the Yankees calls, the Knicks calls, little World Cup as well. Kind of feeds into the same thought I had with the Knicks and how special the parade was and coming together, togetherness. But I got you till 10 till the great Gordon Damer. Then back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I feel like there'll be some minor changes on the roster, of course, and there's going to be, money discussions, and I'm sure that's what Jim Dolan was alluding to when he was talking about. He and Leon are already talking about next season.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand, available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
The World Cup is here, and NJIT, the #1 public university in New Jersey for alumni success, is putting you in the action. Track how loud your city is with the Fan Sentiment Hub built by NJIT's Martin Tuckman School of Management. Visit njit-worldcup.com.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. In the game, you always need a backup plan, and your phone is no different. A second line from Red Pocket Mobile is perfect for side gigs, keeping your work and personal numbers separate and just staying connected without the big carrier price tag. Starting at just $10 a month, you get your choice of 3 major 5G networks with no contracts or credit checks. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles. Just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuckit. 15 years, 15 million shirts sold, and we're still the best in the game, which means Untuckit also has the best gifts for Father's Day, now on sale. He'll love to unwrap wrinkle-free cotton to save him time in the morning, performance stretch styles he never has to iron, polos for golf, and more, all perfect for the summer. Shop our Father's Day sale going on now at untuckit.com or at one of our 80-plus stores nationwide. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Who sells Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Town Fair Tire. Who gives you the most free services for the life of your Michelin tires? Town Fair Tire. So when you put it all together, who gives you the absolute best deal on a new set of Michelin tires? The answer couldn't be more obvious. For the absolute best deal on a new set of Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Continue the Jersey Shore's greatest Father's Day tradition and bring Dad to Monmouth Park Racetrack on Sunday, June 21st. All men get free admission. Enter Dad to win Lynyrd Skynyrd concert tickets. Also mark your calendar for 2 of summer's biggest events. Naira bets Haskell Day, the summer's biggest party, on July 18th. Then join me, Al Dukes, at Monmouth Park on Saturday, August 15th, for day one of the Surf and Turf Seafood Festival. Go to monmouthpark.com.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Bursting with bold citrus flavor, Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter. Crush Orange Soda is available now at your local ShopRite.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Want to stream the soccer matches while working from home? Your secret is safe with us. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us. Then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount, enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now is the time. This is the place. June 24th through the 28th at TPC River Highlands. Visit TravelersChampionship.com for information.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of a country that can, with a vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can bring the whole crew with room to spare with Grand Wagoneer's 3 rows of seating and room for up to 8. I can chase every day and take the long way home with Cherokee's 140 standard and available safety features. I can see this country in all its beauty in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV. And I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. You can do anything this summer with a great deal at the Jeep Make This the Summer event. Jeep, there's only one. Right now, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe or Wrangler 4xe lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S for $299 a month for 36 months with $4,069 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Talk Sports After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Let's go one time. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I love you, New York.
That's awesome. Me and Connor were joking. We need Baja Men at Citi Field because we know it'll be empty in the summer, and Mike Brown's going to get brought out, and the eruption from that. He is, as this whole team is, the whole organization, very likable, and very much a chance to repeat as NBA champions next year. And we haven't had one in 8 years. So the NBA is due. And me and Connor were talking about this. I've talked about this before with you guys on air as well. And the Knicks just doing everything that is counterculture to what the NBA has done. They have, they developed talent. They went and signed veteran pieces that a lot of people did not deem as franchise altering, and they traded for guys who were considered role players and developed them or knew they were going to take a step in the right position, made the move to go get Cat, made the move to get guys like Alvarado, to sign. Everything they did, they never tanked. They didn't hoard picks. And when they did hoard picks, they traded them for Mikal Bridges and didn't go out and wait for Giannis. They weren't a super team. Like they built around their best player. They went and got two of the best wing defenders in the league. They added his friend and one of the best glue guys, grinded out guys in Josh Hart. They got him a great number two, what should have been an all-NBA player in Karl Anthony Towns. They have just done everything. The bench, you had 3-and-D guys. You have a guy like Mitch, who's one of the best interior defenders in all of basketball. And they did it right. And another thing I was talking about with Connor, I saw, Anthony Irwin made a really good point. He covers the Lakers, and he was responding to the Laker fans saying, like, oh, the Lakers have to replicate what the Knicks did. And it's like, you're not replicating that. What you're replicating is what the Knicks and the Thunder have done, which is taking your best player, an all-NBA star player, and putting the best team around him. You're not if a star is that best team, is the best, a part of the plan is what to put the best team around him. That's what they were doing. The Knicks went and they got wing defenders. The Knicks went and they got ball handlers. The Knicks went and they got jump shooters. They kept their elite interior defender instead of keeping the pesky, rebounding, passing big man in Isaiah Hartenstein. They went out and they signed 3-and-D guys. They took chances on 10-day contracts. They nailed second-round picks. They made the move for Cat. They fired a coach that we all loved and took a chance knowing it would be unpopular and signed a guy who had a better, if not the same, a better resume, and put them over the top. And they keep pushing the right buttons. And all of that, they signed guys to deals ahead of time. And it did take Brunson leaving money on the table, and to a lesser extent, a very much lesser extent, about 4% of it, but he did leave money on the table in Mikal Bridges. It takes all of this to win that title and to now put them in a position where, let's think about it. If sorry, I almost choked there. The worst thing that happens this offseason is they lose Shamet and or Mitchell Robinson. You still have your starting five intact. You still have your young guard players, being, Alvarado and Deuce McBride on the bench. You still have, I don't actually know what Jordan Clarkson's contract is. Let's look that up real quick. He may be a free agent also. But again, if you're losing him, it was a 1-year deal. So that's right. He was the veteran minimum. And let me get the exact, I don't think he's got like a kicker or anything like that. Where is this? Well, I can't find the exact details on it. Why? How is it possible Jordan Clarkson is the only guy that I can't find details on? But if that's the worst that's happening to this Knicks team, they have as legit a shot as anyone else to run it back. And also, you have to trust Leon Rose. And this is not even going out on a limb. You have to trust Leon Rose that he has the ability to go out there and improve this team. And he's also not going to just sit around and let this happen. And Clarkson is an unrestricted free agent, but they can also, signing him, I don't know if he's going to demand the same amount of money as like a Landry. He's not going to, but even close to. Like, even if it's a bump in his salary, he may be a league minimum guy. Sam in Hackensack, what's going on, Sam?
Hi. On that note, I didn't understand with all the great feeling around, and I know most of the station is, crazy about Dolan now, and I get it. But why would you say I'm not going to the second shelf now? I always remember Mark Cuban on Shark Tank said, it's so important to read the room. That's not really reading the room. I mean, the guy's got $12 billion, and imagine what he's making from all the merchandise.
But I don't think that comment was made that he doesn't want to spend the money. You have to understand what the penalty is if you hit the second apron. That's why all these NBA teams are afraid of hitting it. You lose, your draft picks get pushed back or you lose picks. You can't use a mid-level exception to sign guys. You can't trade, use trade exceptions. You lose a lot of your roster flexibility if you hit that second apron. But the Knicks also can retain, they've basically retained everyone and can still retain Mitchell Robinson and avoid that second apron. But to retain both Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet, most likely they're going to have to go into that second apron. And then you have to make the decision, is signing Landry Shamet enough to risk all these penalties? You cannot, I'm going to read it out for you, Sam. You get no salary aggregation. You can't use cash in trades. You can't use trade exceptions. You can't use sign and trades. Like, you lose your mid-level exception. Your first-round pick is frozen, so you cannot trade those first-round picks 7 years out. And repeaters of the penalty, if a team remains above the second apron for 3 out of 5 seasons, their first-round draft pick 7 years out is automatically moved to the end of the first round, regardless of their regular season record or lottery position. So there are penalties. It has nothing to do with him spending the money. It has to do with what that does. I think that if it comes down to it, truly, he's going to touch that second apron if they think they can repeat. But there is a penalty that we're going to have to deal with down the line if they do that. And it also hurts their flexibility in the moment. I think that's what those comments meant. Now, all right, I am with you. Right now, if you're going to win back-to-back, why would you care what's going to happen in 7 years? So I'm with you, Sam. But it's not about him spending the money. It's about the penalty the NBA has. It's the same reason why the Celtics fought so hard to get underneath the second apron. It's the same reason why countless other teams have done that. The Knicks have basically done a great job, partially because Brunson left so much money on the table and Bridges left a little bit of money on the table, of avoiding that second apron. It's why they were able to re-sign they have all 5 of their starters under contract. They have Deuce McBride under contract. It's why they were able to do that.
All right. My thought is this. I mean, sports in general, not just the NBA, it's so dynamic. Things happen. Injuries happen.
Right.
Players have slumps. I mean,
yeah.
You don't know. I mean, it's so hard to predict next season. I mean, it's easy to say, okay, we're going to repeat, whatever. But there's a reason it doesn't happen. There's a reason it's so hard to repeat. If you have a chance and you're in that zone, I kind of think you do whatever it takes to grab the moment. Now, I agree with you about all those that situation with those restrictions. But, I mean, you saw what this did to New York. I mean, imagine if they repeated.
Well, no,
and
I
understand that they have a shot at that.
I understand that.
Mess with it.
I understand that, Sam. But, for example, right now, if these numbers are correct, they have $16 million before they hit the second apron. I'm pretty sure signing Mitch is not going to, because he's been here his entire career, I think, and I might be wrong, so take this with a grain of salt, and I appreciate the call, Sam. And I agree with what you're saying. I want this to be, I agree. But I don't think Dolan's thoughts were, I don't want to spend the money. It's, if I spend this money, it may hurt us from being able to make certain moves. I'm using Spot Rack right now. I like it. I think it's kind of trustworthy. It says they have $16 million to spend before they hit the second apron. And everyone... Towns, OG, Brunson, Bridges, Hart, Alvarado, if he accepts the player deal, McBride, Kolick, and Dadier are all under contract next year. I believe Diawara, I know he was a second-round pick. I'm pretty sure he's restricted and nobody's going to offer him a crazy amount of money. I'm pretty sure he'll be back. And then Hawk Purdy, I think, is in the same boat. He's got early bird restricted. I don't know what a lot of this means. As far as that, and then their first round pick is $3 million. So I'm pretty sure all of this number is within they have Mitchell Robinson's bird rights as well also. So That is where they're at. It is not him being unwilling to save the money. So they have $16 million to play with. They have, I don't think, they have 5 guys that are restricted free agents. They have I'm pretty sure, let's see where they're at as far as, and then obviously you also have to think about Cat's extension and what hitting that second apron might be for signing Cat back. And I don't agree. I heard Evan say it the other day. You don't go out and win a title and say, oh, we could move on from a guy who was a major piece in winning that title. I just don't agree. And the pivot can't be like, oh, we have to go and get Giannis. I'm sorry. One team's lived in deep runs in the playoffs, and Giannis has struggled to do that. Missed the playoffs and got eliminated in the first round. He's a great player. I'm not saying he's better or he's worse than Cat, but that's not the move. You just won the title. Keep the guys together. And I trust Leon Rose, even if they let Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet walk and Jordan Clarkson walk, I trust Leon Rose, just like he did last offseason, to improve this team. I do. I'm not worried about it. I'm not. They have the best GM, maybe in the Eastern Conference. I like Sam Hinkie in OKC. The Spurs have, I forget the Spurs GM, I think, is a former player. I can't remember who the Spurs GM is. But he is the best or one of the best GMs or presidents, whatever his title is, in the entire sport. And what he has done, the Knicks won this year, and they're set up to be a title contender for at least the next 2 years. And that's assuming that one or two guys, maybe Cat doesn't stay, but I assume he's going to sign an extension here as well. 888-808-1019. Steve in Rockland, what's going on, Steve?
Hey, Anthony. So I want to just say a couple of things about the Knicks that maybe it hasn't been discussed, but I got to get to. We got to let me talk World Cup. Please promise me.
All right, just talk to me. Come on. I'm here.
Great.
I'm letting you talk.
Okay. So here we go. So with the Knicks, all right. First of all, that the whole scheduled minutes rest and everything, and I was always against that. And then around the 64th, 65th game, a light went on, and I said to myself, if we can still hold on to a top 3 in the conference, and everyone will be healthy, reasonably healthy going into the playoffs,
right?
Then it's worth it.
Yeah,
and it was.
It was
completely changed my mind.
Well, I also think that
my mind about the whole thing.
Yeah, and Steve, I think it changed a lot of people's minds, but I also think that the Knicks don't do that as much as other NBA teams do. I think this year was the perfect balance of both. I think Tibbs.
Yeah, and the other thing was they weren't playing the guys 40 minutes a game,
right.
In 25-point wins. That's the other thing.
And Steve, to your point too, I don't even think some of it was time management, or like load management. I think some of it was they wanted to see Jordan Clarkson and Shamet and Kolek and Deere. They wanted to see what these bench pieces could give you, even in games that felt like that was costing them. They were trying to give these guys a look, so it wasn't like, and this is not to try and shade Tibbs, but it's not the Eastern Conference Finals, and you're throwing guys out there that have not played all season. I thought that was part of it too. And a guy like Bridges played so many minutes last year, and they were able to maximize his minutes, but also still find ways to give him breathers. Same thing with Cat, same thing with Brunson. When Brunson got hurt, they didn't feel the need to have to rush him back. When Cat was banged up, they didn't rush him back. They were like, listen, we got to see if we have players on this team. So you're right. And I think a lot of people kind of came to terms with that. And the one thing we could say, too, is Tibbs did help a lot of these guys conditioning-wise. So when you're watching Wemby suck wind in the fourth quarter, these guys were ready to play.
No doubt. And now, World Cup, I have to tell you that the United States, you know what? I was watching that game, Turkey. When I watched Turkey and They changed the name of the country. Thank you.
Turkey.
Turkey.
Sorry, whatever. Who cares?
And Paraguay. I was watching, and I said to somebody, "See Turkey? See how they're playing? That is how the United States men's team looked for years and years."
And I couldn't believe it. First of all, Paraguay is down a man. Turkey takes like 40 shots and can't score. And that was supposed to be the team that was better than the U.S. in this group, and they clearly weren't.
Incredibly, I said that coach. I said, and that coach got to go back to that country with the guy who runs it.
Right.
Good luck.
They might as well follow Enos Freedom's. They might as well all change their names of Freedom and stay in the country because they're not going to be let back.
You know what? This, and I don't know what Pochettino. I don't know what this guy has done. I've never seen him so relaxed. Because he was really buttoned down when he was at Tottenham. I watched him.
Yes, he is. I think he is a better manager than he gets credit for. Also, I think that he was put in a weird position because he came on and he should have. If most managers will get from one cycle to the next cycle to be with the team, so the U.S. decided to fire or to not extend their last coach, Berhalter. Then they brought him back after a year of searching for a new coach, and he flamed out in their last big tournament, the Copa America, and they decided to bring in Pochettino, a guy with actual credit. And I appreciate the call, Steve. Great call. You know, you set me up for World Cup talk. I love it. But this is fun. You're allowed to have fun. Let's get delusional. We're winning the World Cup. I don't care what anybody else says. Have some fun with it. A lot of you are not soccer fans. You're watching now for the first time, and that's awesome. And that's what we want, and enjoy it. We may not have a legit shot, but I can tell you this much. The way they're playing, every game they go into, they're going to fight. And that is a game that the best team or the team that plays necessarily the best does not always win. The ball has to bounce your way, and it is fun. And the sights and scenes from Seattle were incredible. That is a soccer frenzy, area. The Northwest, Portland, Seattle, and even in Canada and Vancouver. That is one of the best pockets of, soccer culture in North America. And that Seattle crowd was awesome. I don't even like Country Roads. That song, 70,000 people singing it, was awesome. And that's how you build also a culture, a fandom culture, all of that. The Mets stink so bad. It's 5-0 now. Peralta's such a bum. Stearns this guy sucks. I'm over here trying to be positive about the Mets. Look at it. We're not letting it ruin it, though. The Knicks won the title. Team USA is on to the next round. But it's going to be fun. And I think with every win, this next match really doesn't mean anything. You're going to see them play guys that aren't going to play a lot in the tournament because they want to not risk guys getting second yellow cards and missing the knockout stage. But it's going to be fun. And they line up with the bigger tournament, very favorable in the round of 32 and maybe even the round of 16. It's fun. And I think every win, more people get into it. You're starting to feel it in the city. And the one thing I will say before we pivot away from this conversation is, just like with the Knicks parade and the Knicks run, it's funny seeing all these people travel from around the world to the U.S., to Canada, to Mexico, and everyone's getting along. And all they tell you is how nobody can get along. Everyone tells you, they tell you to be afraid of these guys because they look different or they speak different or it's a different religion. They eat something different. They tell you not to like the English because they don't season their food. All these things. And everyone's coming here, and they're having a blast. The Scottish are taking over Boston, and it's been a blast. We've got a new country partying in Times Square every week, and it's been awesome. It's crazy to see, the Algerian team and the English team in Kansas, in a Kansas Jayhawk country, and they're saying rock chalk Algeria. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard. And seeing them discover Buc-ee's and a large soda from McDonald's where they don't have those sizes there. It's awesome. It's cool. It's cultures blending together. It shows you that maybe we're all not that bad. Maybe people are pretty good. And maybe this country is pretty awesome. 888-808-1019. Not trying to derail the show. I could talk World Cup for hours. But we're going to get back into the Knicks conversation, the Yankees conversation, all that right here on The Fan. Back after this.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of a country that can, with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can bring the whole crew with room to spare with Grand Wagoneer's 3 rows of seating and room for up to 8. I can chase every day and take the long way home with Cherokee's 140 standard and available safety features. I can see this country in all its beauty in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV. And I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. You can do anything this summer with a great deal at the Jeep Make This the Summer event. Jeep, there's only one. Right now, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe or Wrangler 4xe lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S for $299 a month for 36 months with $4,069 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up, a whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Whether you root for the Mets, Yanks, or another squad, there's one destination every baseball fan needs to hit. The MLB flagship store in the heart of Midtown. We're talking 2 floors of baseball heaven. The spirit of the game vibes all year long at the MLB flagship store at 6th Avenue and 51st Street. MLB trademarks used with permission.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks, plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 3rd for a very special night. Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring your family and friends as the Yankees take on the Twins, and stay after the game for a spectacular post-game fireworks show celebrating the 250th birthday of America. Get your tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss the Yankees and Twins Fireworks Night, Friday, July 3rd, presented by Baby Ruth. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Everybody loves a win. And with the New Jersey Lottery, the next winner could be you. Play today at a New Jersey Lottery retailer near you. Because anything can happen in Jersey.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Australia is trading at 17% to beat Argentina, meaning a $100 trade pays out $570 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC, that's code CMAC, to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuckit. Still need Father's Day gifts? There's still time. Head to your nearest Untuckit store to find the perfect presents he'll wear over and over. He'll love to unwrap wrinkle-free cotton to save him time in the morning, performance stretch styles he never has to iron, polos for golf and more, not to mention digital gift cards that deliver instantly. There's still time to nail Father's Day. Get gift cards at untuckit.com or head to one of our 80-plus stores nationwide. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
The Larry O'Brien Trophy is back in New York. The Knicks are champions. For everything orange and blue, keep it right here on The Fan.
Well, New York had a chance to win another title, but the game got called off as, you know, for those of you that care about that. I don't watch it, but I get a notification saying Dwight Howard, Lance Stevenson get in the scuffle. Championship game through. I think it's a championship game gets called off. So I can't wait to watch that video. I just saw that as we come back from break. 888-808-1019. We were talking everything. Talking Knicks, talking Yankees, little World Cup. I did have a cool experience yesterday. My fiance, she is, half Haitian American. Her mom's from Haiti. Been here 40 years. But we went over there to watch the World Cup game, and Haiti got beat pretty bad. They had a good second half, but they got beat pretty bad. But it was cool to experience that with her. She was very excited, singing the national anthem, very into it. So it was cool. And you're getting to experience that pride from a lot of people. And it's tough to explain it, from someone who just looks at sports from the American professional sports lens, which is fine. Like, that's totally fine. But just there is a level of, Carousel scores against Germany last week. They lose 6-1, but that special moment of scoring a goal in the World Cup. Haiti's in the World Cup for the first time since 1974. And, they haven't scored a goal yet. But if they've gotten eliminated now, they're going to play one more game because they all play 3 games. They score a goal in that, it's going to be a big moment. And, who scores a goal or a run first, the Mets or Haiti, as the Mets are down 8-0 right now. And Peralta's already out of the game, to ruin the vibes. But that was a cool experience, and we watched, and she was very frustrated. She couldn't understand how they couldn't beat Brazil. But the World Cup's been awesome. The Knicks have been awesome. The Yankees are getting ready for a big, deep postseason run. The Mets are losing right now, but at worst, they'll only be 6.5 games back today. It is the summer of fun. Hopefully the Jets and Giants get on that wave as well. The Liberty, maybe they get a title. We got a lot going on here. 888-808-1019. Richard in Manhattan. What's going on, Richard?
Hi, Anthony. Anthony, Mahomes, the son, got it done with Kansas City. We had the Bonds, Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonds.
Right.
Never got it done in New York. The McCaffreys never got it done. Christian did it with San Francisco.
No. His dad won a Super Bowl with the Broncos.
Right. But his father played for the Giants, too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's a New York guy, sure. The Griffeys, Ken and Ken Jr., all in New York. All these guys are in New York. Now, this year, we may have two father-sons, both in New York. We have the Brunsons.
Right.
And if the Yankees win, why not the Bellingers?
You know what, Richard? That is very underrated. Very underrated.
Right? Why not?
Yeah,
if not now, when? As Joe B would say. Now, you mentioned Bill Gallo.
Wait, real quick, I got a question. Yeah. Bobby Bonds wasn't on any of those Yankee World Series teams?
No, he was on the 75 team. The biggest disappointment ever. He was traded for Mercer. They had Catfish. He had a great year. Bobby Bonds had an excellent year. The Yankees just couldn't get it done. Lynn and Rice came in, the most unbelievable pair of rookies on one team ever. Might have been the most unbelievable pair of rookies outside of Bird and Magic ever to enter a league.
I just knew he played in the 70s. I assumed he was on one of those World Championship teams. Okay.
He was 75, and then we traded him, Bobby Bonds, for Mickey Rivers and Ed Figueroa, and away we went. Then we got Doc Medich we traded for and got Willie Randolph. And in 76, 77, 78, you know what happened, 81.
Right.
So that all led to that. All right. Now, someone mentioned you're not related to Bill, and you said that you're not related to Bill.
I'm not, and I used to tell people, because when I was younger, obviously he was still very prominent, I used to tell people, oh yeah, I'm related to him.
Bill Gallo was, he did comic sketches in the Daily News. One of his sketches was not comical. It's the greatest sketch I've ever seen. It was August 4th, 1979, the day after Thurman Munson died. Gallo always used to have little kids, and one of the kids' names was Yuchi. And, they'd have balls and bats, and they'd be playing baseball, and there'd be jokes about it. Anyway, They had the 3 or 4 kids sitting on a bench, and they were sobbing. And one of the kids says to Yuchi, "Nah, Yuchi, I just don't feel like playing today." It was the day after Thurman Munson died. Oh, I still cry when I think about that all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. That's crazy. Yeah, it's really.
Oh, you have the sketch there?
I literally just brought it up. Yeah, it's a great sketch of Thurman Munson also. He was awesome. I mean, whenever when I was younger,
the greatest. And I can't say they were cartoons. They were true to life lessons. I was a young man when he was doing all this, but he was fantastic. This guy was great. Anthony, I just want to say something about the Knicks.
Yeah.
What this run did. This team more reminded me of the 73 team than the 69-70 team. The 69-70 team was great out of the box. They were expected to win. Bill Russell had retired.
And Reed got hurt.
But they were still they went to Game 7 and they won the miraculous Game 7. The playoff run wasn't as great as this playoff run was more similar to the 73 because that team did not finish with a great record and they beat Boston in the Eastern Finals, which was a shock.
Right.
But this was the greatest run ever in New York, ever.
And the 73 team's the one that won in 5 games, right?
They beat LA in 5 games,
right.
Correct.
Right.
They lost game 1, but they won the next 4. But the big series was the Eastern Finals when they beat Boston. Boston had a great team. Cowens, Havlicek, JoJo White, Cheney.
Right.
They were Don Nelson,
right.
The Nick coach. Oh, it was that was an unbelievable series, and they were 12 games behind Boston. But this team reminded me more of that team. But what this team did, I never thought anything could beat the 69 Mets, ever. The 69 Mets changed the mayor election. By the way, if Mandani was running for election in October, he'd win it hands down.
Well, it's what happens because the vibes, it carries over.
Oh, yeah, '69, Lindsay was the mayor. He wasn't even elected on his party's nomination. He ran as a third party. After the Mets won the World Series, he went on every float. He went on. That's a well-known thing. Yeah, and he won 4 more years. But this run that the Knicks ran, the greatest run ever I think in sports, as far as you have to say it's better than the Giant runs, only because
for New York for sure. And I mean, when you think about it, and great call, Richard, great call. I know we don't always get along sometimes. That's a great call. I mean, New York wise. Listen, I'm 34, so I don't want to. I think I've seen some great ones. I think the 2 Giant runs, the Yankees dynasty, 96. I would say. The thing is with the Giants in their first Giants run with Eli, it was short. This Knicks team had been building for a few years. That Giants run was the game against the Patriots where they lose in the regular season, and it was like, all right, well, this team just competed with the Patriots who were trying to go undefeated, and then they have that magical run in the playoffs, and then the Plaxico Burress stuff happens. They probably could have won 3 in a row. Like, realistically, not saying they would have, but they really should have been in a position to win 3 in a row. Obviously, the next year having to come. But that next year, they were more, in my opinion, more like this Knicks team, where they were good, but we weren't sure if they were going to be able to put it over the top. The Yankees run was a drought. It wasn't the level of drought that this was, but it was a drought for a historic franchise that had just fired a manager that was beloved. At least from what I understand, Buck was beloved. And they were doing it with a younger team, though, and younger core, at least. And then that puts them in the position they were in. 86, obviously being a team that is always talked about, not just by like my parents and older Met fans, but also a lot of Yankee fans. It's one of the more special runs. It's tough when you look at I'm going to be biased and say you could put it up there as runs in professional sports. We'll leave out like the Olympic and the international stages because, obviously there's the Miracle 1980s Team USA team. But this Knicks run is up there with the Red Sox breaking the curse and the Cubs breaking the curse. With the Red Sox, it was the comeback and then they dominated the Cardinals in the World Series. The Cubs, that's an epic World Series. That's maybe the best World Series we've had up until, it was the best World Series we had until last year's Blue Jays-Dodgers series. That is how great that World Series actually was. And I think that plays into it. This Knicks run, I think because of New York City, just gets put into another perspective. And a lot of people and I do think it is harder to win. It's easier in the NBA to maintain winning. It is harder in the NBA to get into the mountaintop because think about you get one all-time, you get LeBron James, you get Steph Curry, Michael Jordan, Tim Duncan, Shaq, Kobe. You get one of these guys and you're kind of sitting at the top of the conference, the top of the food chain for a long time, but it's tough to get there. When you're there, it's easier to stay on top. In this new NBA, it's a little harder with the restrictions and the second apron and injuries and all that stuff. For the other sports, I think it's hard. Baseball, it's really hard to maintain that dynasty level of winning every year because the postseason is such a crapshoot. And football, again, it is any team can win on any Sunday. So I think that's why I kind of say it's easier, not easier, but there's an easier path for every fan base to see themselves in that position, even the Jets, even the Browns. For the Knicks, I never thought they would get there. And then last year and the year before, I'm like, I think these teams are it. And then I didn't waver, but it was like, I thought this team could win. I just, as a Knicks fan, never felt like they were ever going to get it done. And they did, and now we're talking about repeating. But it is one of the more special runs. And that parade, the same way I hear about 96 with the Yankees and 94 with the Rangers and 86 with the Mets, this parade was a special moment, not just in New York sports history, but in New York history, period. It was a beautiful day for the team and for the city. 888-808-1019. We're jam-packed with calls. We'll get back to your calls. We'll get back to the conversation. All that right here. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
Hi, this is John Starks. And I'm Tyler Kolek. At John Starks Kia, we don't play games. No gimmicks, no tricks, no hidden fees, no surprises. Lease a Kia Sportage for just $333 a month with just $3 due at signing. What we say is what it is, period. See you at John Starks Kia in Queens. Go New York, go New York, go.
36-month lease excludes tax, title, and MV fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Expires July 6th.
This Father's Day, trade the backyard barbecue for something Dad will actually brag about. RPM Raceway's your indoor thrill zone. Electric go-karts on multi-level LED tracks, arcade games, and non-stop fun. Whether he's a first-time racer or a seasoned competitor, RPM delivers an adrenaline rush like nothing else. Gift cards are the perfect Father's Day gift. Grab yours now at rpmraceway.com. RPM Raceway, Long Island, Jersey City, Stamford. Race, play, more. rpmraceway.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Japan is Asia's gold standard, highly tactical, relentlessly pressing, and driven by a generation of players performing at the highest level in European leagues. Their industrious midfield and clinical forward make the Samurai Blue a genuine dark horse.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and so are extra packed trains and gridlocked highways. Ditch the commute and work from home with Fios. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us, then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
John Montone, are you ready to make this the summer?
Yeah, Todd, the summer. But where do I find the summer?
At Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Because we have some amazing incentives to get you behind the wheel of a Jeep or Ram truck.
And you can really make this the summer when you step into a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4. Lease for just $399 a month for 39 months and just $48.88 due at signing, plus tax, title, and registration.
Or buy and get 0% APR financing for 60 months.
My summer is definitely being made during Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram's Make This the Summer event.
Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, home of
exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Call 833-853-2969 for details. Tax, title, registration extra. 0 security deposit. VIN number T4174388. MSRP $64.25. APR at $16.67 per month for $1,000 financed. And $630.26.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even convenience competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
It's a Yingling thing. Knowing you should never show up empty-handed. You bring something that fits the night. Like a case of Flight by Yingling. A premium light beer that's low-calorie, low-carb, and deliciously refreshing. It's a Yingling thing. Keep it light with Flight.
Get your Yingling Lager at Brew Brothers in Franklin Square, Taylor Public House on 8th Avenue near 35th Street, or the International Bar on 1st Avenue in East 6th. Yingling Lager, an ice-cold tradition, ready to be poured. Enjoy a Yingling today.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
From opening night to championship night, what a ride! The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Continue the celebration with a fan.
Philly of it's Vientos, it's Soto, Torrens, and MJ Melendez. And this was the perfect case of the wind doing Vientos dirty because it's online. The Mets posted it. They were at the Haiti-Brazil World Cup game yesterday. And the wind is, I'm hoping it's wind because otherwise Vientos looks like he's in terrible shape. But the wind is blowing out his shirt, and it makes Vientos look like he is a beer league softball player. It was poorly timed wind. Whoever the Mets admin was should have waited and taken another picture. The Mets stink. Enough of them. 888-808-1019. Actually, you know what? Let's go to David in Flemington. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, Gallo. How are you, man?
I'm good, dude. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. So I just have a quick question for you. Today, I first want to say to my best friend Colin, happy birthday. But
happy birthday.
On that same vein, I'm throwing his bachelor party next weekend in Atlantic City. The Mets play the Phillies again at Citi Field. What do I do to stop him from having to watch this disaster of a team?
You're in Atlantic City for his bachelor party. That's what you do. Well, I guess actually, you know what? You're in the casino. They're gonna have the games on. Philly's very close.
What do I do to not have to deal with that?
Well, take him to church. I can't. You got no. Find a dimly lit club with scantily clad women and take him there. I guess. Where are you guys going? Where are you staying?
We got an Airbnb there. Yeah, he doesn't want the whole strip club thing.
You got to take him somewhere though. I mean, the casinos are gonna have all the games on. It is going to be – I'll tell you a story, Dave, and I appreciate the call. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. The Mets are that bad. I hope maybe he's a Knicks fan. Play Knicks highlights. Every time he watches the Met game, point about Knicks highlight. Look, OG, tip in. When DeGrom signed with the Rangers, shout out to my boy Solo. We were in AC for his bachelor party, and I had just gotten there, dropped my stuff off at the Airbnb, and was walking over to where they were at the casino, and the DeGrom news breaks. And – they look, what's wrong? And I'm sitting there, and then they see the news on the TV, and they're like, oh, man. So you're just watching, and you're living it out. I don't know. Your buddy's in for a rough bachelor party. Also, shout out to our guy, E.J. Stewart. He got married yesterday. How about him? The Knicks get a ring. He gets a ring. Everyone's getting a ring. My fiance got a ring in May. The summer of rings. The Mets are not getting a ring. Maybe the Yankees get a ring. Maybe the Liberty get another ring. The optimism is through the roof. The Jets, the Giants, who knows? Although Connor Green doesn't think the Jets will ever win a Super Bowl. As I was telling him, I never thought the Knicks would ever win a title.
Yeah, but the Jets are different. The Jets are on a different level of terrible. It'll never happen.
Who knows?
Maybe 100 years from now.
Maybe Darren Muji is Leon Rose.
Maybe
Leon Rose needs to have a seminar with David Stearns, Darren Muji, whoever we want to call, Joe Shane or maybe just have Harbaugh come in, just do a seminar.
Yeah.
Him and Cashman, they do a seminar for the rest of the GMs and whoever the GM is for the Liberty. Real champions.
And have Jalen Brunson play quarterback. He might be better than Geno Smith.
We don't want him to get hurt for the basketball season. We could have, we could offer you Tyler Kolek.
Tyler Cole. He might be better than Geno Smith, too.
Yeah. They might not let him in the building, though, after he got off the... That's like the third time we've seen that now. We saw it with, I think it was the Panthers parade when they won their Stanley Cup. Man, he was wearing a 1993 World Championship shirt, which I thought was hilarious. All these clowns, all these politicians are just losers. Get away. Even the owner. Just let us enjoy this city. You still got to do something to bother us. But enough of that. For your buddy, Dave, I'm sorry, his bachelor party. If he's that, listen, I'm a diehard Mets fan, but I also am a diehard Knicks fan, so I'm living the glory of the world. Tell them to enjoy the World Cup. You're gambling. It's a fun sport to gamble on. It'll be, next weekend. I actually think the knockout stages start next weekend, so you can't even have the fun of gambling on Czechia versus, South Africa. Ecuador versus Curacao, which has been pretty good right now. It's tough to watch these games when I'm talking to you guys. Aiden in Freehold, what's going on, Aiden? Aiden, are you there?
I just wanted to go back and talk about the Knicks and talk about that pest, that little guy on the court, man. That little guy, he just really does it. Jose Alvarado, and he needs a nickname. I mean, everybody, OG was that hero. Jalen Brunson's the king of New York, but
he has it. He has
the Bug Alvarado, man. I mean, we got to start calling him the Bug. He's a pest on that court.
I'm pretty sure his nickname is Grand Theft Alvarado or something like that because he is exactly, Aiden, what we've dealt with guys like TJ McConnell and Peyton Pritchard. He is that annoying guy, but he's our annoying guy. And not only is he annoying, he bullied Wemby in the paint and he hit shots over him. He's the pride of New York. He's incredible, and maybe he workshops his nickname, but I thought his nickname was, I thought he had a nickname, and it was like Grand Theft Alvarado, because he does that thing where he hides. Great call, Aiden. He hides. If you ever watch, he didn't do it a lot in the postseason. In the regular season, he will, Grand Theft Alvarado is his nickname, because he hides in the corner of the court on the inbounds when no one's paying attention, like near the bench, and he then comes up and tries to pickpocket the ball handler. He's been great. I mean, the turnaround in the paint, that spin move in the paint he hit, and then the three-pointer that he followed up 2 possessions later in Game 4 are too big. That Game 4, he played such a big role in, and I think the Knick fan understands it. I don't think a lot of people, just the casual watching the game, understood the impact he had. He changed the pace of the game. He gave Brunson a breather. He had big shots. He played great defense. The funniest thing is he also was not afraid to mix it up. We've seen him punch guys that are 7 feet tall. He was not afraid of Wemby. And it's embarrassing, similar to when J.J. Barea was boxing out and posting up LeBron James in the finals when the Mavs and the Heat met in 2011. It was the same thing with Alvarado, where he's boxing out Wemby, and Wemby's struggling to get position on this guy and getting frustrated to the point he's got to put him in a headlock and throw him to the side, but then gets upset when he gets his legs swept out from under him. Alvarado, yes, this team is full of amazing stories, but Alvarado, man, the Brooklyn kid, the New York kid, the Knicks fan, doing it with the Knicks, winning a title. He was partying, man. It was awesome. This was awesome. We could go through the line of this roster of amazing stories. 888-808-1019. I got you for one more hour until the great Gordon Damer at 10 o'clock. I think he's in the building as well. We'll come back. We'll catch up on your calls. We'll continue the conversation. Hopefully the Mets don't give up any more runs in this break, but you can never guarantee that. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
This is our time right now. We've been waiting over 50 years for this moment, and we never gonna stop.
The dream is real. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Thank you for making the fan part of this unforgettable championship journey. New York, this one's for you. The Knicks are champions. For the biggest names, the biggest reaction, and the biggest celebration, stay with a fan.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Now is the time. This is the place. June 24th through the 28th at TPC River Highlands. Visit TravelersChampionship.com for information.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Start the day with Boomer and Gio, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
But the amount of I have bought a ton of official, authentic Knicks championship gear, but the amount of fake gear there's some good bootlegs on the street. You know, shout out to my boy Rico, who lives in Houston, but his uncle was in San Antonio. He was selling bootlegs, and I was like, hey, tell him your cousin needs one. Yeah, let's just say money I probably shouldn't have spent. I spent, and I controlled myself a little bit because I was really going to go off the deep end and buy some stuff I didn't need. I don't need the replica Larry O'Brien trophy with the Brunson autograph for $800. I also can't afford it, but it was tempting. Maybe open another credit card. Come on, you only live once. Who's counting calories and credit scores when the Knicks win the title? My fiance, that's who. And me at the end of the year. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the fan. Gordon Damer coming up at 10 o'clock. It is funny. We do get this window to celebrate the entire offseason and honestly until a team is crowned again. But, you heard Dolan with Craig earlier in the week and him talking about they win and then you hear they got kids in from Duke and all these schools in to scout them for the draft, the draft is the 23rd and the 24th at the Barclays. The fact that it's 2 days is hilarious. It's 2 rounds. Come on. But the fact that the draft is this week and they obviously have guys that their entire job is the Knicks are in the finals and they're scouting kids for the draft. That is their job. You never get a break. The Yankees, when they're deep in the playoffs, they have guys scouting people. And they have to pivot to that right away. And the free agency, you can negotiate with your own free agents the second the season ends. So there is no rest for the weary, and they turn around immediately and have to get to business defending this title and building for the future still. I don't know what they're going to do in the draft. I would assume they either go for a 3-and-D type player or maybe they try to add some size. And I've said this before on this show, selfishly, I think it would be awesome to bring my guy, one of the great St. John's players of all time, Zuby Ejiofor in. I swear. I know his name. But yeah, Zuby Ejiofor, bring him in. I think, again, that's not a fit. That's just vibes. That's just me being a fan. But I saw the kid from Duke. I forgot his name. They had him in, and they will go through that entire process, and we start the offseason and the defense of the title on the 23rd and the 24th. They have 3 picks. They have the 24th, the 31st pick, and the 55th pick. So a lot to see that team going forward. Jimmy in Rockville Center. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up, Gallo? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, dude?
Listen, I got a question for you. My son and I, we're big Knicks fans. We've went to a few games during the year. We went to the parade, front row, great time. And he also had the honor of being an honorary ball boy during the year.
Okay.
And I'm thinking with the way they're giving all the rings out to everybody, there's a lot of speculation. Will Spike get a ring? Will the Towel Boy get a ring? I'm thinking my son should get a ring for the role he played. What do you think?
Well, I mean, let's do it. I mean, let's get him a ring. I mean, I don't know. There's a little feedback there, Jimmy. I got to let you go. I can hear myself. Come on, man. You're better than that. You're not a rookie. You got to turn the radio off. I mean, I don't know. I don't think these celebrities are getting rings. I think maybe Spike gets a ring. I don't think these celebrities are getting rings. If Spike gets a ring, they're probably going to turn around, and anyone who's been a season ticket holder for like 30 years is going to get one then. But I doubt it. I don't think Spike's getting one. I don't know if that's been confirmed. So if it has, whatever. The family and friends, that's different. I mean, the family, the significant other ones, that's cool. I'm okay with that. I would rather see the towel guy get a ring than celebrities and politicians. I don't believe, and I know that Spike and James Dolan haven't always had the best relationship. I can tell you this much. Whenever they do replica ring night, I'll be there. Now the question is, how much do we think the tickets opening night are going to be? I've already hit up my friends that I know have season tickets or flex plans, and I'm like, hey, if you have a chance to buy one face value, please think of me. I will pay for it. I don't think it's going to work out, but we try. Connor, what do we think opening night, banner raising night, we think the get-in price is?
The cheapest get-in price?
Yes.
I don't know, 2,000?
Okay, I think around there. I was
Probably right.
I was going to say 1,000 to 1,500.
I don't think it'll be as much as the finals.
No
but
shot.
I don't think you're getting there for cheap.
Because I think the difference with the finals is you're not going to have guys flying from all over the country to come see the banner get raised.
Yeah.
But you will have the average fan that's like, all right, I guess this is it. I'm going to put all my chips in this one egg.
I think the key, Gallo, is you got to go to the second game at home. Yeah, even though it's not the banner game.
Yeah, once the banner get raised.
That's true.
But if the second game at home is the replica ring night.
How about that?
I have a replica ring. I have the, I don't know if it was 73 or 1970. They did it the same year the Knicks won that series against the Celtics with Melo. It was actually funny. I went to a game. It was Knicks-Bucks. The last three-pointer Jason Kidd ever hit, it was a half-court shot. In that game, the Knicks blew the Bucks out. Giannis and Chris Middleton both played like 2 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. We didn't even know who the hell they were. I knew Giannis, but we didn't really know who they were. But that was replica ring night. It's somewhere in my house, and I want that replica ring. Or do you wait a couple years and then do replica ring night?
Maybe you can wait. I mean, you can wait as long as you want. You can order on Amazon, too. You don't need to be there to get it. I have a Yankee replica ring that I think my dad just got on, and a Jets replica ring that my dad got on Amazon. You can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder.
And you can say you were a ball boy. You can say you're Tyler Kolek.
Like those guys, like the guys that Cat on the last inbounds playing Game 4, the ones he told to get tight on, they get a ring.
Yeah.
If I'm those guys, that story, the older I get, gets more dramatic. Cat walked up to his pregame, I'm going to need you tonight. Yeah. And then at halftime, Cat said the game's not over.
He took us to the locker room and gave us a speech.
Yeah, he told us, you're coming on a float with me. And then I had to work, so I couldn't go on the float.
And then they put me in the game in the fourth quarter, hit the game-winning 3.
Yeah, I'm lying. It's like COVID. Like, we're all going to lie to our grandkids. Like, I was out there fighting off zombies. It was crazy.
Meanwhile, we were just sitting at home, eating and watching Netflix.
Eating a large...
And The Last Dance.
Yes, The Last Dance. And then playing video games and rewatching old games. The amount of video games. Looking back on it, some great memories. It was a terrible moment, though. Also, every Friday night, I decided to just turn it into I'm going to eat a large pizza every Friday night. Not in one sitting, but over like a 6-hour period.
But hey, supporting your local pizza places, they needed the help.
I kept all my local places because, I would grocery shop, and then you do that thing, you grocery shop. But you don't want to cook that night, so you got to order. But then Friday night's pizza night, and then Tuesday night's Chinese food. I kept a lot of those. My DoorDash, my Uber Eats bill was through the roof.
Me and my friends took some of our COVID cash, went to the supermarket, got some crab legs.
Nice.
Cooked those up. Delicious.
I put mine into baseball cards because I was lucky enough to still work at the time. I was working with Mike on the app, and I was working from home. And I took that money and I invested it in baseball cards, and that was a disaster. I invested it in baseball cards, DraftKings stock, and a cannabis stock called Sundial, which none of it was profitable. I got this LaMelo Ball rookie card that year that was an autograph, and at the time was worth $3,000. I didn't sell it, and now it's worth $180. So, people were investing.
That's not a $10 loss. That's a big time loss there.
That's a big loss. It's not really a loss. It's like, I put $5 to win $1,600, but it was still a loss. It was not the. That's why I'm not a financial guy. I'm a sports guy, kind of. I like to talk about sports. I ain't really a sports guy. Man, what a time. It got to a point that we got so bored that me and my buddy Miles would make NCAA brackets about what movie we wanted to watch that night, and we would flip a coin until we got to the end, and we were eating edibles, and we were getting to the end of the road, and that's what it was. And it was honestly a blast, but also one of the most excruciating times of my life. I was begging to get out of the house. When they told us we had a chance to come back here, I was like, please, for the love of God, I will do whatever you want. I will wear a bubble. 888-808-1019. Mike in New Haven. What's going on, Mike?
What's up, Gallo? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you. What's up, dude?
So I got to say, this has been probably one of the best, my favorite times ever to watch, U.S. national sports. Having the women's hockey team win gold, the men's hockey team winning gold.
Yep.
World Baseball Classic going to the finals. And now, we have the men's national team in the World Cup.
Yep.
I was just wondering, how far do you think they have to go for this to be the best U.S. sports year ever?
Well, I mean, they have to. I mean, because they would have to get to the quarterfinals, I would say, because that is a feat. I know the average American sports fan that's maybe not a big soccer fan doesn't think that's a feat. For me, I would, it'd be nice to catch a semifinal run. Especially with the way the tournament is. It's watered down a little bit. It's still amazing, but it is easier path in those knockout stages. For them to have their greatest run ever, they have to make the semifinals. They went to the quarters in 2002. They got robbed against Germany on a handball that was 100% going to be a goal. There was no replay back then, so they couldn't reverse it. So I guess that would have to be it. If they get to the quarterfinals, come on. 2 golds. You get the U.S. I mean, it's a disappointment we don't win the WBC, but it has been fun. And it's a great point, Mike. I mean, the World Baseball Classic has now gained legitimacy, and everyone loves it. I mean, the people that don't love it will eventually lie to everyone and say they loved it when it first started because they're back, that everyone's into it. It's only growing. It's only going to continue to get better. And the Olympic golds from both hockey teams, and I know it's a bigger feat for the men's because it doesn't happen as much. It is really awesome for the U.S. It's different. With the women, they are the team to beat most years when they play the Women's World Cup. For the men, it's a lot different. They aren't. They are like the 16th, 17th, 18th best team in the world. Now, this is the most talented team they've probably ever had. It doesn't mean that they're going to be the best team. That 2002 team was great. That 2014 team was Chris Wondolowski a shot away from potentially playing a quarterfinal game. But it's fun. Every win is better for the sport in this country growing, and I think every win gets the casual non-soccer fan into it. Ron in Rockland County, what's going on, Ron?
Hey, first of all, my wife's Italian. Is it Anthony or Anthony?
It depends which part of my family. It's Anthony for most people, but some people call me Anthony. For my mom, it's just Bubba.
All right, listen. You got to help me with it. I swear to God, you got to help me. Okay. a few years ago, Taijuan Walker, was pitching the no-hitter into the sixth.
Right.
And Luis Rojas took him out. He
Okay.
took him out. I don't know if you remember that. He took him out. And he took him out because of analytics. Okay, so now I'm watching this game, all right? And Mendoza has Peralta in there. They're scoring run after run after run after run. And I got to ask you, when the hell do you make a decision? Forget please, I'm begging you, forget the analytics. Because what you just did, you just threw a damper on all the ball players in that clubhouse. All the ball players now, I can't believe we're being put in this position. And you come home on a Sunday night, a Saturday night, and unbelievable.
Ron, I actually don't think it was analytics. I think it's they had a start earlier this week where Tobias Myers in the first inning gives up 5 runs. So he's trying to get this guy to get through the inning. And then at that point, he's like, well, I need him to just get through this 1 inning, not 5 innings now. And it's been the issue all year. I know. Mendoza has not been great this year, Ron. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He hasn't been great. I am a Mendoza defender. But I think the starting pitching has been, some of these games, they start the game and they're down 3-0, 4-0 in the first inning. Tonight they're down 1-0, and then even after giving up the 2 runs in the second, but then you give up 8 in the third, and he rode him at 10 earned runs for Peralta today. It's embarrassing. 2 home runs. It's embarrassing. They're down 13-1 now. Brings in Perez. He was awful. And then, Tobias Myers is in now, so we never know what'll happen there. And it's just, they can't. The problem with this team is they follow up every big win or every big series win with an absolutely putrid performance. They're 5.5 back, so I'm not going to say it's over because it's not over. But they are not a good baseball team. That's where the logic kicks in. And, they go out and they take 2 or 3 against the Braves, and they had a legitimate shot to sweep them. And, you take 2, perfect example. You take 2 out of 3 against the Padres, and you follow it up with a 7-0, 9-2 loss to the Cardinals. And then you take 2 out of 3 against the Braves, and you follow that up with a 12-0 loss to the Reds. You take the first, you salvage the series against the Reds, and then you take the first game against the Phillies, and you follow it up 13-1. The good thing is if they turn around and they win tomorrow, you say, all right, they won a series again. And then they play the Cubs, and they come back at home again to play the Phillies. So you're home against the Cubs and the Phillies, and then you're on the road against the Blue Jays and the Braves. It doesn't get easy. You get the Royals and the Red Sox. Again, they're going to be probably 5.5 back. Funny. They're actually 5 back right now, so they gained a half game today. Let's see what the scoreboard is. I'll give you the scoreboard right now to tell you. So, the Diamondbacks play in a bit. The Cubs lost. The Padres won, which hurts them. The Nationals won, which also hurts them. And we're scoreboard watching already. And the Marlins won. So there are 4 teams currently in this very moment. Obviously, some of them are yet to play, who are tied for that last wild card team. The Mets are 5.5 back. They're probably going to be 6 games back by the end of the night. It doesn't mean, again, one good week of baseball and they could be 4 games back of the wild card. It's a debacle. It's an absolute debacle, and they just can't string together. It's not even that they're losing. It's that they're losing 13-1. That's the problem. You can't follow up 2 big wins with a 13-1 performance. It's putrid. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. I got you for 40 more minutes. The great Gordon Damer at 10. We'll continue the Yankees conversation. We'll continue the Knicks conversation. Sprinkle in a little World Cup. If we have to talk about the Mets, I guess we will, as they are down 13-1 in the bottom of the 6th. Anthony Gallo back after this.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
don't think they're winning the Super Bowl this year, the Giants. I would be to the moon if they do. They better be in the playoffs. Better be. I have giant expectations for them. I don't want to hear any nonsense if they don't make the playoffs. I will cut right through that. You won't get positive Tommy there. I'm going to be upset if they don't.
Get After Hours on Demand, available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. I was Drive Safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
With Father's Day approaching this week and the Midsummer Classic just around the corner, now is the perfect time to celebrate your dad. He has been your coach and biggest fan since day one. Help him dress like an all-star with a gift from the MLB flagship store. Located at 1271 Avenue of the Americas in Manhattan, our store is the ultimate destination for the perfect Father's Day gift. We offer exclusive limited edition MLB All-Star gear and a wide selection of apparel for every fan, whether he cheers for the pinstripes or the orange and blue. Visit us today at 1271 Avenue of the Americas to find the official gear your dad deserves. MLB trademarks used with permission.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Australia is trading at 17% to beat Argentina, meaning a $100 trade pays out $570 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC, that's code CMAC, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Everybody loves a win. And with the New Jersey Lottery, the next winner could be you. Play today at a New Jersey Lottery retailer near you, because anything can happen in Jersey.
This message is brought to you by Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. A few missing pills, a sudden change in behavior, trouble at school, sleeping all day. Sometimes the signs of opioid addiction start small. Seeing the signs early can save a life. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or a loved one needs help, call 516-227-TALK. That's 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can, with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty, in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV, and I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for $419 a month for 36 months with $2,049 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
The New York Knicks have reached the mountaintop for championship reaction, analysis, and celebration from every corner of the tri-state. Stay with the fan.
Are they 13-1? But I want to focus on the second fastest cycle in MLB history hit by Bryce Harper today as he triples in the fifth inning. In 4 at-bats, he's 4 for 4 with a home run, a single, a double, and a triple. The only guy to do it faster, and it's not by at-bats, but innings, was Mike Lansing on June 18th in 2000 in a 19-2 blowout. Rockies over the Diamondbacks. He had a triple, home run, single, double in each of the first 4 innings in that order. Harper, let's see if I could get the exact order of how he did this to just really pour salt on the wounds. Let's go. First inning here. He went home run in the first, and then in the bottom of the third, he went double, then single he went single in that same inning, and then tripled in the fifth. And the funny thing is, he could have broke the record if they had just not went up and down 3 in a row that next inning. It's unbelievable. It gets worse. Continues to get worse. But the great Mike Lansing still owns the record. 5 innings to get a cycle. The Mets don't get a cycle in a week as a team. Sometimes the Mets don't even get 4 hits in a game as a team. Just putrid. It's absolutely terrible. You can't make it up. They follow up every great win with a terrible game. I shut it off. I got, Carousel Ecuador on in the studio right now. Mike in Monroe. What's going on, Mike?
How you doing? I want to talk about the Knicks, actually, what they're going to do next year. I mean, they won the championship this year. All the dynasties fell in the NBA. All the best players are pretty much washed up, and they played against a 7-foot ball player who wants to dribble up the ball and chuck up threes. I think this was a fluke. I honestly do. I think this was probably the softest, weakest NBA we've ever seen.
The softest we saw, fluke. So explain to me how it's a fluke when the Knicks just, followed the same script that they followed all year, being the best fourth quarter team from start to finish.
I mean, listen, eventually they pretty much beat They beat nobody. I mean, all the great players will kind of washed up and old.
They beat a team that no one said they could beat in the Spurs, who beat a team, dominated a team all year in the Thunder, who are the former NBA champions that everyone said coming into the year we're going to win back-to-back titles. They blew out every single team in the Eastern Conference, but it's a fluke, Mike.
There's nobody to play, and
What do you mean there's nobody to play, Mike? What do you mean there's nobody to play? Michael Jordan was running through car salesmen, but there was nobody to play. What are you talking about, Mike?
You beat a 7-foot player who's dribbling up the ball and chucking up threes like it's NBA Jam.
Mike,
Give me a break.
Prior to this finals, I'm sure you were talking about how this guy was going to steamroll the Knicks. Mike, what were you saying? Mike, who do you like? Please explain to me, who do you like? Who do you root for?
I stopped watching basketball because what?
Come on. We're not doing this. So you don't watch the game. It's the weakest the NBA's ever been, but you stopped watching basketball. I bet he was going to say it was either something political or when they started shooting threes, he stopped watching basketball. Mike also sounded like he was 30, trying to act like he was 50.
Maybe he's right. I mean, they played a washed-up French scrub, chucking up threes like it's NBA Jam.
Washed up. Nobody picked the Spurs to beat the Knicks prior to this. Nobody picked the Cavs to beat the Knicks prior to this. Everyone told us the Cavs, the Pistons, the Celtics, the Sixers were all better teams than the Knicks. The Magic, you gotta watch the Magic. Oh, those Hawks, they might be better. I'm sorry. You can make the argument that the Knicks got to a weak Eastern Conference. Fine. You can make that argument. Even though the Eastern Conference continuously wins the title outside of OKC, which needed Tyrese Halliburton to blow his Achilles out in Game 7.
And Gallo, you have to remember, the Knicks are not the real champions. The real champions are the analytical Cleveland Cavaliers.
Correct.
They're analytically the champions.
Analytical champions.
And they had their analytical parade on Friday also.
Yes, and the Spurs dominated the series. Fourth quarters don't matter. Michael Jordan, fourth quarters, that's when it last mattered. The NBA only mattered when Michael Jordan was in it. And anything else after that, if you didn't root for the team that won, it doesn't matter. You could argue with your mom. Go talk to the wall. The Knicks are the champions. I don't want to hear about it being – everyone's going to say it's if you don't like the team, you're going to find a way to excuse it away. But they're the champions, and they did it in impressive fashion. Impressive. When the Lakers lost one game in the playoffs to Allen Iverson in Game 1 of the NBA Finals in 2001, did anyone say it was the weakest the NBA's ever been? We watched the same two teams in the 80s. Well, not we, but the same two teams. And this is not me. This is not me criticizing any of these errors. I'm just showing how stupid this argument is. We watched the same two teams play in the majority of the NBA Finals in the 80s. Was that a weak NBA? When the Knicks previously won the title, how many teams were in the league? I don't understand that thinking. And God forbid you talk about how flawed. 90s basketball is tremendous. Yes, I understand that. It's also extremely flawed. And a lot of it is nostalgia and Michael Jordan. That is a lot of how we paint that picture. So I'm not taking anything away from this team. I'm sorry, I'm not. It's harder to win an NBA title in today's day and age than maybe it's ever been before. The league is obviously there's more teams. There's more cap restrictions. If you hang on to a star, you're not losing them. Mike clearly either was trying to rage bait me, which it failed. You can't ruin the vibes. The Mets are down 13-1. I am not even bothered. I got a tight shirt on today. I never do that. Why? Because we're living a new life. 6-pack's coming. 888-808-1019. The Sixers only lost because too many Knicks fans went to their stadium. And the Hawks, they only lost because they unfairly got called for a flagrant when CJ kicked Brunson in the nads. And then the analytics, say that the Cavs won and the Spurs, they didn't actually lose. They dominated.
The Spurs technically won.
They did.
They were leading in all the games, so they technically won it.
They get the banner, technically. Yeah, imagine being a Spurs fan and you got to cope. Not only did the Knicks win the regular season battle and the NBA Cup against you, and then they win the NBA Finals. Paul in Yonkers. What is up, Paul?
Good evening, Anthony.
How are you, sir?
Good, thank you, man. You think by now, 2 months into the baseball season, Steve Cohen realized the damage Stearns did by not signing Pete Alonso, taking off 40 homers, 100 RBIs, only 2 months into the season, and he's got to deal with this at least 3 or the next 4 years, the damage that's done here. This team has been in last place all year long, and there's nothing we could do about it.
I think Cohen...
Does he realize it?
I think Cohen, when it comes to Pete Alonso, and a lot of Met fans aren't going to be happy about this, he's a businessman. He offered him a contract. Alonso said no. He then came back and gave him a lucrative contract that was basically bet on yourself, or, you're going to get paid this money no matter what. Because Alonso, if he had a bad year last year, could have opted into that deal. And I think Cohen may not be happy about the way the team has gone, but I think he realized that, he gave Alonso a chance to sign a contract multiple times. He didn't take it. I'm not defending Stearns. I'm just saying I don't think a lot of you would be happy how Cohen actually feels.
Can I ask you this question?
Uh-huh.
He's got Juan Soto.
Right.
Is he the only owner that's getting this guy not to make the playoffs 2 years in a row? When he was with Washington,
Paul,
when he was with
Paul, it's possible. Paul,
ain't making the
there's
playoffs.
no defending it. There is no defending it. I'm not defending it.
I'm
just saying.
I
know, but I'm just saying. I don't think a lot of you would be happy if Cohen was honest with you. He gave Pete Alonso multiple chances to sign with him. I'm not defending this. I'm telling you what happened. He gave him multiple chances to sign. He didn't sign, and he could not. Cohen probably told him, you have to go and get a contract, and then if we want to match it, we'll match it. I cannot give you the deal you want because I'll never be able to negotiate with anyone ever again. He's a businessman first before he's a baseball owner, and that's how his mind works. And I know it sucks, Paul. It sucks, dude. I know. Listen, I'm happy because the Knicks won. It sucks. I understand it. We have to live with it. 888-808-1019. G in Brooklyn. What up, G?
What's going on, homie?
What's up, dude?
Listen, man, you had a caller a little bit saying that the ring was Mickey Mouse. I wouldn't go that far, but they definitely had an easy path there.
Explain. G, let's start this conversation first. When the playoffs started, how did you feel about the Knicks?
Admittedly, I thought they'd go Eastern Conference, but I didn't think they'd go all the way.
Who did you think was better than them?
I thought Boston was, barring injury, and I thought two teams out west. They did face one of them.
Okay, so they blew out a team that beat the Celtics, blew the doors off them, and they beat one of the teams you thought was better. So what exactly was weak about that? Because you didn't think they were a finals team, and they proved you wrong. Going through a team that beat the Celtics, they were healthy. They played the guys, there were no injuries, and they blew the doors off the Sixers, who beat the Celtics.
So let me walk you through it. One, they didn't play the first or the second seed in the East.
Okay.
Two,
wait. G, let's go through it. The Pistons, who needed a Tobias Harris career game to get past the Magic in the first round, but they didn't play one of them. Understood. They blew out the team that beat the second seed. Understood. All right, so continue.
Then second, every team they faced from the second Eastern Conference Finals and the Finals were all coming off 7-game series. They were very rested.
Because the Knicks took care of it. So the Knicks took care of business. So we're going to penalize them for that. Come on,
G. Not saying they penalize. I'm just saying
you are penalizing them, though. And let me ask you something. Did you think the Spurs were losing the series after they beat the Thunder? Be honest, G.
No. I'm being transparent. I definitely thought the Spurs had it.
All right, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought when they was up 29, Game 3, I thought that was the Knicks giving it up. Much respect to them coming back.
And I'm going to be honest with you. And G, I'm going to be honest with you too. I thought the series was over when they were down 29. I thought the Knicks were cooked. So I'm not going to lie to you either. I thought they were cooked. Listen, and it's a fair call. You know what? Listen, we're disagreeing. That was fair. Mike in Monroe was a clown. He tried something. He brought a pea shooter to a gunfight. What's the story? I don't know. Again, idiots and idioms. Lock it in there. What's the saying, Connor? You're laughing at me.
Well, Mike said, don't come at me with the pea shooter.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. I thought that was a saying. Don't come at me with a pea shooter. I listen to the fan too much. We'll get back to your calls. We'll finish.
It's not a famous saying. That's just what Mike said.
But I listen to the fan so much. I thought that was like in The Godfather, and it was just Mike. Don't come at me, the pea shooter. 888-808-1019. I got you for 20 more minutes. We'll come back with your calls. We'll wrap up. Anthony Gallo back after this.
It's Evan and Tiki, middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The beauty of this Knicks team is that you can run it back as it is.
You can.
And probably get maybe not as far and win a championship, but you're not going to be bad.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. 15 years, 15 million shirts sold, and we're still the best in the game, which means Untuck It also has the best gifts for Father's Day, now on sale. He'll love to unwrap wrinkle-free cotton to save him time in the morning, performance stretch styles he never has to iron, polos for golf, and more, all perfect for the summer. Shop our Father's Day sale going on now at untuckit.com or at one of our 80-plus stores nationwide. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If you're looking for the drink of the summer, grab a Spiked-Aid. It's your favorite sports drink flavors spiked with vodka. 0 sugar, no bubbles, and just 100 calories. Next time you're stocking up, make it Spiked-Aid and follow them on Instagram and TikTok at DrinkSpikedAid.
This Father's Day, trade the backyard barbecue for something Dad will actually brag about. RPM Raceway's your indoor thrill zone. Electric go-karts on multi-level LED tracks, arcade games, and non-stop fun. Whether he's a first-time racer or a seasoned competitor, RPM delivers an adrenaline rush like nothing else. Gift cards are the perfect Father's Day gift. Grab yours now at rpmraceway.com. RPM Raceway, Long Island, Jersey City, Stamford. Race, play, more. rpmraceway.com.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
The lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Town Fair Tires, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. So we sell name brand tires for the guaranteed lowest price, like Michelin tires, with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires, for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 3rd for a very special night. Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring your family and friends as the Yankees take on the Twins, and stay after the game for a spectacular post-game fireworks show celebrating the 250th birthday of America. Get your tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss the Yankees and Twins Fireworks Night, Friday, July 3rd, presented by Baby Ruth. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
The wait is finally over. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. For complete championship coverage from the station that lived every moment of the journey.
With, Mets misery, the Yankees, Knicks celebration, the summer of the Knicks continues. And we'll go from there. We're, a couple days away, 3 days away from the NBA draft. We are, when you think about it, we are a month and a half, I guess, away from NFL training camp. Then we're right back in the thick of things. 888-808-1019. Chris in Brentwood. What up, Chris?
Gallo, what's going on, my man?
How are you, dude?
Doing all right, man. 2 things, Knicks and COVID related. So, Knicks, whoever's saying that we had an easy run, I don't want to say the word because it's a bad word, but they can go kick rocks.
Kick rocks, right.
We made it look easy.
The
teams that supposedly were supposed to win the East,
yep.
We beat those teams who beat them. And it's not like we beat them by 1, 2, 3, 4 points. We obliterated these teams.
Yeah, and then the funny thing was, going into the playoffs, take away like what you said, we beat the teams that beat those teams. The Cavs were considered a better team.
Yep.
The pundits said, if the Sixers get healthy, they're going to beat the Knicks if they face them. Yep. Like, that was the story.
Them beat the bum, but whatever.
They never said that the Hawks were going to beat us, but they were like, that'll be a tough out. And to be fair, it was the only thing they were right about. The Hawks were the toughest team we played.
And even with the Spurs, we were down by a lot, but we went on 20, 30-something runs to catch up and win these games. Even the game we lost, we went on a 20-something run to catch up.
And you can't say, I'll let you finish your point too, you can't say the Knicks or the Spurs just lost that series and choked. When the Knicks have been the best fourth quarter team. Listen, game 4, you want to say they choked? Fine. But you can't say the Knicks they've come back, they've been the best fourth quarter team all season, start to finish, not just in the playoffs. That is, you can't count them out. They're down 15. The game's not over. It's a new NBA. So it's a ridiculous conversation to have.
So, back with COVID. Crazy times. We were all locked in the house. You guys even said it earlier. Me and my boy, who was living in Jersey at the time, I'm on Long Island. Every night, every other night, we were having Zoom parties or house parties, no video chatting or whatever.
Right.
One Friday night, me and him both polished off a bottle together. One bottle from his side, one bottle from my side. Bad idea. I did kid when I worked in the Hamptons every day. Next morning, to drive out to the Hamptons, hour and a half later, I stopped for gas, looking for my phone. I left my phone at home. Whatever drunkenness was there, whatever the drunkenness was there, Z'd it out of me real quick.
Yeah, you sobered up quickly. I'll put it this way. A lot of bad decisions were made during COVID, Chris. I'll tell you that much. I appreciate the call, dude. I could go through, some things that would get me in trouble. Just, we were desperate times. We were trying to keep, anything going. The amount of movies I crossed off my movie list and the amount of video games I replayed. I watched The Sopranos for the first time during COVID, rewatched it again. Just unreal. there was just endless amounts of time. And then, for the first month and a half, it was awesome. Then it was like, all right, this is getting tired. And then it kicked back in to be a little bit more fun when it was like lucid restrictions, but we were all still working from home. And then it was like, all right, enough. I just want to be around human beings. It was me and my roommate, and that was it. I was working from home. Mike was there. We all know the stories. We don't have to relive it. The Knicks they didn't even get invited to the bubble. They were like, oh, we're going to have our own bubble of bad teams. 888-808-1019. Jan and Yonkers. What up, Jan?
Oh, my goodness. I got to curb my anger. Went to the parade, had a beautiful time. No, I didn't get near City Hall, but we shared stories, fans.
Yeah.
We all shared Nick Payne, 53 years of pain I've been going through.
I was the
I'm
farthest
72.
away from City Hall you could be, but still be involved in the parade. I didn't even come close to it. I didn't even try to get close.
No. But I saw it on MSG when they did the rerun, and it was fantastic.
Right.
Nobody does it better than New York. We're the greatest.
No, nobody.
Let's get down to brass tacks, okay? I detect a lot of jealousy from some callers and from sports announcers from the other station that the Knicks had an easier path to get to. Look, we set records. We dominated the teams that we played. Thank God for Atlanta.
Thank you to Atlanta. I would send a complimentary ring to them as just saying thank you for unlocking this for us. And it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous, that conversation. And this Knicks team is going to go down as one of the most dominant playoff teams ever. You can't argue it.
13 wins in a row, and the road record we have. And they want to shed dirt on our championship. And we have one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best top 5 players in the NBA right now. So
we have not even just that, we have one of the greatest closers in the history of the NBA ever. Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brunson, and thank you for the call, is one of the clutchest players in NBA history. You can argue with a wall if you think otherwise. This guy, they put a stat up, he's in there with Jordan. And I'm not saying he's as good as Jordan. It's just to show you how great he is, though. This guy does everything. And I don't want to be depressing, but not only have the Mets given up a 5-inning cycle, Kyle Schwarber has 3 home runs in 7 innings. They're now in the 8th, but he had 3 home runs in 7 innings.
Is it possible to give up a cycle and a 4-home run game in the same game?
I want to see it. I got to be honest. As a Met fan, and I hate the Phillies. They're one of my least favorite franchises in the entire sport. I want to see it. And I hope Cohen wakes up tomorrow and tries to justify to himself that David Stearns is somehow employable. Awesome show. Shout out Rosie. Shout out to the lifelong Knicks fan, Connor Green. Totally did not jump on the bandwagon 10 weeks ago. He heard that speech from Dolan before anyone.
I almost cried.
Gordon Davis coming up, so stay tuned. He's got you with the Mets misery, the Knicks celebration, the Yankees, all of that. If you want to hit me up on the socials, you know the deal. Search for Anthony Gallo, WFAN, or Pico Day _Gallo on X, Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. I believe I'm back next week on Saturday after the Yankee game. So tune into that. If you're at a World Cup party, you may see me in the streets. Go USA. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. I'll talk to you, New York.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN, New York.
To win a title for New York is the stuff of legends.
I think we see Willis coming out. There he comes right now. 6'10" from Grambling. The captain of the Knicks, the most valuable player of the NBA.
Legacies are cemented in history.
We have a new NBA